Hello, hello. To, just me. I don't know how the volume is. So I'm gonna sit here and, excuse me, in my mostly quiet, dark room until, okay, the stream caught up. I don't know. I don't know how the volume is. I still don't. We'll figure it out. Okay, so today, hold on, let me just, nope, that's not it. So give me just a second. That was my YouTube stream link. We are going to find and copy the name because I don't feel like learning how to put in the proper asterisk stuff thing. Hopefully you can't see my stuff. You cannot. Hold on. Yeah, you can't. Okay. Not that it would matter. Okay, here we go. So I'm today's Warcraft Day. Oh, I'm so excited to play World of Warcraft. Oh boy, howdy hey. Okay, sorry about the kind of scuff. I am UIS. Sorry, I'm just messaging people who are getting back to me. Okay, so there's a problem with YouTube. Sorry, not YouTube. There's probably a couple problems with YouTube. There's a problem with Twitter. Problem with Twitter. Excuse me. Where if you put in a link if you put in a link for anything really, the algorithm kind of nukes your post. Hold on, I'm responding to somebody real quick. No worries. I can try to be entertaining nonetheless. Okay, cool. I wonder if he'll join. Cool. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Anyway, so there's a problem with YouTube, or not YouTube, Twitter, and links, and it's, hold on, we're gonna turn the volume down. It's a little loud for me. I think this is it. Yeah, okay, this is it. Cool. We're just going to turn down the volume a bit. I don't want to show my character screen. My character select screen. Okay, there we go. I don't want to show my character select screen because it's got characters that I've been playing for a while, and you know, I do want my own somewhat privacy. Anyway, so we're gonna be making a character, and that character's name is gonna be Pemâloe, and that's like the point. That's the point of this series, is we're gonna be making a Pemâloe. I don't know what he is. I'm kind of hoping that at least one person will join. So if at least one person does join and they join chat, and if you can't, that's cool. I don't want to be interruptive. So we're gonna make a Pemâloe. Ideally, if we have one person that joins, then I will have a Pemâloe conference, and I will say, what do we think a Pemâloe is? Like, this is a discussion. This is an open discussion here. So we're gonna make a Pemâloe. We're gonna make a Pemâloe. I just need to figure out what a Pemâloe looks like, because as you can see here, we don't have any penguins. We don't have any short round penguins. Closest I got, I think. So my immediate thought was, okay, we got these gnomes, right, and they live in the snowy regions, so that's kind of nice. But I guess, like, I mean, a gnome doesn't look like a penguin, so technically our Pemâloe could be anything. He could be a human. He could be a dwarf. So we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna do some light discussion. Also, technically speaking, it could be Pemâloe, right? It could be female Pemâloe. And for that reason as well, you know, we have to decide. One thing of note, so in the thumbnail, I did put the starting zones for the Alliance. I'm actually not an Alliance guy normally, I'm a Horde guy. But all of my characters on the server, or on Hardcore right now, are on Alliance. Now, granted, I'm doing like a sort of self-found thing on this character, so I don't necessarily have access to my other characters, but usually I try to stick to one faction when playing Hardcore, because then I could send stuff between my characters and whatever. But there are two factions, right? And so, like, if I were to play, like, an orc, and then, like, somebody wanted to hang out with me and they play a dwarf, like, we can't. We're not allowed to. We're at war. Horde and Alliance, they're at war with each other. Horde are obviously the good guys, right? These guys, they're the good guys. They actually are. Side note, there's no good or bad, faction. The whole premise of at least early Warcraft is the Horde are the outcasts. They're trying to get, you know, find their own home out in the world, and the Alliance are, I mean, they have nobility and honor and whatever, but you know, their armies are spread thin, and there's corruption in their established nobility. So there's like a good amount of lore that I can yap about forever, but I won't. Anyway, so I need to make a Pemâloe. So, if there are people in chat, this is where I force engagement. This is where I'm going to be extra annoying as possible to mostly everybody. If you are in chat, I want what am I trying to say? I want input on what kind of character a Pemâloe should be. Like, what are we thinking? What kind of Pemâloe got himself lost in the world of Azeroth from Kyla's basement? I don't know. If we live in Kyla's basement, does that mean we live in Raura's basement's basement? Anyway. Like I was saying earlier, my initial thought was like a gnome, because they're small, they're kind of round, and they live in the snow. But they live in the mountains, like the snowy mountains, and technically there are none of these that live in, like, you know, Arctic climes. There are also none of these that live in, like, a place that even remotely resembles Indonesia. You got these guys that live in, like, Europe. You got these guys that live in the mountains with these guys. The elves, they live in the elf lands. They live on top of a big tree. That's not really spoilers, but, you know, spoilers. These guys and these guys live in the desert. These guys live in the spooky graveyard lands. And then these guys live in the plains, the North American plains. So I'm trying to figure out. Nobody's chatting. Okay. I have to reload chat sometimes just to check. I don't actually mind if there aren't people chatting, of course, but I need input. We gotta figure it out, guys. What do we want? What is our Pemâloe going to be? What race? Hold on, I'll even... Here, give me just 1 second. We're gonna pull up... Sorry, I don't have sound on in background. In fact, let me change that right now, because that'll be convenient for later use. I am on... Okay, I am... Oops. I guess you get to see my characters, even though I didn't want that to show. It's okay. In fact, for that reason, we can just keep it open. We could just keep it open on here. This is the character I have right now. I actually did die recently on my, like, highest level character in the entire game. And that really sucked. So, you know. Sound in background. There we go. Okay. Let's go back into here. Let's go back into trying to make Pemâloe. And then this is where I'm going to Alt-Tab so that we can go into the live streaming thing. And then we can say... We could just have chat on there. Okay. It looks like there aren't people, and that's okay. So that know what we want to do, what we want to play here. So we're just gonna play somebody cool. Also, I'm aware that it's like dark. I should probably turn on the light. Excuse me. Ow! Oh! Ow! Ah! I'm still crippled. Don't worry. Ow! Yeah, ouch! Yeah. I love being in pain. I don't love being in pain. That was a lie. Also, my phone's dying, so we're gonna plug you in. Ow! Okay. about this. The other question is what class we're going to be, right? So if I have to decide what race, I usually work backwards and I decide what class first. I think we're going to stick to Alliance just because I've been playing hardcore Alliance for a lot. Might as well. Although we can go Horde. Like I said, I'm normally a Horde guy. It doesn't make... What am I trying to say? It makes gameplay differences because World of Warcraft is essentially two games. There are very few quests in the game that are distinct to each faction. And each race does play somewhat differently from each other. So like an orc or a human is going to do a lot more damage as a melee class, in endgame content at least, than anybody else just because of their certain like racial abilities. I mean, I'm thinking too much about this, right? We just make a Pemâloe. We gotta make a Pemâloe. What? Okay, so the third question I have is technically not related to the character creation screen, but like, I feel like if you're a Pemâloe, you have to be a blacksmith, right? You have to at least be a blacksmith. Which means we're kind of locked into two classes. Warrior and then the Paladin. And the Paladin's kind of only exclusive to the Alliance, so you can't play as a Paladin on the Horde over here. None of these guys can click on Paladin. So now the thought is, how important is it to be a blacksmith? I don't know. I feel like a lot of Pemâloe, they just have hammers. And then how important is it to specifically have a hammer? And in that case, do we maybe want to be a human because they have skills with swords and maces increased? I mean, it's kind of generic to be a human, but as far as I can tell, every Pemâloe that has ever existed is actually a human being depicted as a penguin, as a tiny penguin. So I'm yapping about character creation, guys. Let's just do this. Let's just lock it in. I don't like playing Paladin. They're too slow. I do love playing Warrior, but they are brutal if they die. And then if we don't want to lock in on the blacksmith thing, there's also Hunter. They're the guys with guns or bows, and they have a pet that goes along with them. You got Rogues. They're sneaky. They sneak up and do damage. You got Mages. Mages are surprisingly tanky, but mostly they're just like long-range damage dealers. Warlocks are kind of like Mages and Hunters combined because they do have pets, but the pets have a lot less control to them. It's kind of just the pet does one thing. You don't have like a tree where you teach them or give them ability. Anyway, what else do we have? We have Druid, only available to these guys and these guys. They can turn into animals as opposed to being friends with animals. Then we have Priests. Priests are mostly healers. I don't want to play a Priest. Am I missing any? Oh yeah. And then exclusive to the Alliance, we have the Paladin. All-rounders, but like really masters of none. In fact, not even good at anything. Their damage is really bad. Their healing is telegraphed, meaning like you can't just like heal instantly. But they have a lot of buffs, so they're the designated buff stick. You need to keep them around. And then you have the Shamans on the Horde side. They're very similar. They're actually pretty good at damage up until like level 40, and I don't think we'll ever get it. I think we're gonna die way before level 40 out of 60. One other thing of note is that reaching level 60 takes like multiple in-game days, and this is not gonna be a series where we reach level 60. I'm pretty damn sure. So I think we just lock it, right? I don't want to play another human warrior. You just saw I'm already playing a human warrior. So I think I like the mace thing. And let me double check on this because I'm pretty sure it's true, but Rogue Weapons Classic, I'm pretty damn sure that they can use maces in Classic. I'm pretty sure. I haven't played a rogue in a long time. Yep. Maces. All right, I think we gotta lock in as a rogue, and we gotta lock in as a human because they have bonus skills to maces. So we gotta like really lock into this class or this fantasy of being a Pemâloe with a mace. Okay, so now I'm gonna make his hair black so that he at least somewhat resembles a penguin. Yeah, that's penguin-y, right? All right, let's. Warning, here's the disclaimer if you want to read it. I've never read it. I think we just go in. Yeah, I guess my characters are shown. They all died. All of my high-level characters died relatively recently, which is part of the reason why I actually like want to do this. Oh, hold on. You gotta listen up. This is the lore.
Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their lands. Nestled in the foothills of Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. Ruled by the Child King Anduin Wrynn, the people of Stormwind remain steadfast in their commitment to the Grand Alliance. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it, and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told.
There we go. So one thing real quick that I want to do before we do anything is set up my action bars. Just because I like them. I like having them. Then we can get started on this stuff. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm getting spammed. That's the second thing I want to do. Let's make a macro real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Show tool tip, sinister strike. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Do not worry about what I'm doing right now. Slash. See, just testing. Okay, cool. Excuse me. So when you press an ability that you can't. Also, am I properly covering? I am not. Okay, I need to do this real quick. We're just gonna do this until I. What's the best way? I think that's good, right? That mostly covers chat. I just don't want any problems with chat to happen. Just side note about Warcraft here is that if you start to attack somebody and like you don't have the resources to attack them with like your ability. What am I trying to say? If you press an ability to attack somebody and you don't have the resources, then you don't start attacking them. So I have this macro thing set up so that if I somehow run out of energy, then I start attacking them anyway, even if I don't have the ability to cast that ability. Also, you're going to hear that every once in a while. I'm covering up chat, but every time you hear that cheer thing, it means that somebody has reached level 60, which is the maximum level in this game. And it's hard enough to do that because this is a server with only permadeath. So everybody around me, as soon as they die, they're dead. They're gone. Forever. This is hardcore. This is as hardcore as it gets. You'll also see that I have a couple of things that aren't in the base game set up. I have this bar down here underneath my character. That's just an attack thing. I'm just going to show you what it looks like. Every time I attack, you can see my the bar fills up and then my attack goes off. That's just for personal preference, mostly. Although it does help me to, like, know when I can... I don't know, it's better on Warrior. It really just, like, lets me know, like, okay, I'm about to hit, I can walk away. Don't worry about it, it's whatever. One other thing I need to do right quick. I know, I'm not being very entertaining, but I realize I didn't set up as much as I wanted to before I started, but it is on the weapon swing timer thing, range... Now we can keep that. Now let's turn it off. And we need to set you to 250. Boom. Okay. Alright, so here we are. This is the World of Warcraft. Let's just get through the rules real quick. If I miss any, they're in the comments or the description. But this is Pemâloe. He's doing the hardcore challenge. There's this entire server for it, so if I die, we're gone and we have to restart. A couple extra things. I'm doing a semi-solo self-found, so there is a solo self-found mode. That's where when you have no access to trading with other players, no access to the player market. I'm doing something loosely like that. I'm not going to actually do solo self-found. I can sell stuff on the player market, known as the auction house, but I'm not going to be allowed to buy stuff. So everything I get is earned throughout the world. I like being able to sell stuff so I can actually purchase things, because gold is rare. A lot more rare in this version of the game than it should be in other games. Other than that, I mean, yeah, it's all normal. We're just going to go ahead and get started. The other thing is, I know for a fact that a lot of people I know don't play Warcraft, so please speak up if you don't know what's going on. I will try to be a little bit comprehensive. I'm not going to read through the quests. I'm just going to... I mean, should I read through the quests? Hold on. Would people prefer that I do voice acting for every single quest in this game? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You know what? I'll do it. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I hope you... Sorry, I hate voice acting. I hope you strapped your belt on tight, young rogue, because there's nothing to do... Or there's... Opposite of nothing. I'm dyslexic. This is a bad idea. Because there's work to do here in Northshire, and I don't mean farming. The Stormwind Guards are hard-pressed to keep the peace here, with so many of us in distant lands and so many threats pressing close. And so we're enlisting the aid of anyone willing to defend their home and their alliance. If you're here to answer the call, then speak with my superior, Marshal McBride. He's inside the abbey behind me. In quest objective, speak Marshal McBride. I don't think I'm going to do that for every quest, but I don't know. I think we're going to do it for some. Hey, citizen. Ah, good, another volunteer. Human lands are threatened from without, and so many of our forces have been marshaled abroad, blah, 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 blah. Cool. Let's get this completed. Your first task is one of cleansing. A clan of kobolds have infested the woods to the north. Let's get them out of here. We don't like kobolds. Kobolds, they suck. One more thing of note is that I have the Questy add-on active. You can see that. In the original World of Warcraft, like way back in the day, you didn't have this Questy tracker. You could track, like, you had your objective tracker there, but you didn't see any... I need to turn down the volume, hold on. Don't worry, I won't die. Okay. You can see here on the map we have a couple of, like, swords, and then if you hover over them it tells you, like, the enemy that you can find there. Or if it's, like, a thing on the ground that you can pick up for a quest, it'll show you that. Technically, like, that's not part of the base game, but it's an add-on, and add-ons are, like, totally fine in Warcraft. Warcraft has an extensive add-on scene, so we're totally fine with that. I'm not really one that enjoys not knowing where to go. Like, yeah, I've done these quests a gorillion times. Like, I've killed these wolves probably... I've killed hundreds of these young wolves. I've done these quests quite a bit. And I don't really feel like not having that up. It's sort of a compromise as well, because usually I kind of just turn my brain off and follow a quest guide. You might say, oh, well, maybe that's why you're dying all the time. And I'm not dying all the time. I hit level 60. I just, died at level 60. Actually, I died at 58. Don't tell anybody that I just lied. So we are playing a rogue. You can tell that we don't really have a lot of stuff going on right now. We have 2 abilities, 3 if you count throw, but, like, throw is just basically a ranged attack. Like, here, I'll throw a knife. I have that on my action bar up here. A long time ago, I re-hotkeyed my abilities, so you have like WASD and move, or WASD to move, but I have changed it to S, Z, X, and C. Main reason being is because we just like we don't like moving our fingers all the way to like the equal sign, because you can see this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it would be 7, 8, 9, 0. What is that? Minus equals or whatever. We don't want to do that, so we're just gonna condense it down, like so. I'm selling the food because we don't really need it this early. Another thing of note is that because I'm a rogue, I have certain, restrictions. So I can't equip every weapon. In fact, I can't equip any two-handed weapons. I'm allowed to use one-handed swords, maces, which are hammers, daggers, fist weapons, and so forth. Let's turn this off so you don't have to see it. So I have all these weapons that I can use, but like I'm not allowed to use a two-handed sword. I'm not allowed to use a wand. If I was a warrior, then I could equip every weapon except for a wand, and I could equip every piece of armor, because the other thing is that there are armor tiers, right? And so there's cloth, leather, and mail armor. And if you're not a warrior or a paladin, you can't wear mail armor. So me as a rogue, I can only wear up to leather, and then of course the casters can only wear cloth. At higher levels, there's also plate armor that gets unlocked at 40. Again, I don't think we're going to reach 40 ever. But once plate is unlocked, then warriors and paladins, they tier up, so they become plate wearers. And then the hunters and shamans that wear leather normally, they're allowed to go up to mail. Me as a rogue, though, I stay at leather forever. So, and you can see when I got a new piece of gear, I just equipped it. In fact, I'm going to unequip this shirt, because shirts are worth a copper. I'll do that after this combat. I'm actually getting a decent amount of like actually good gear this early, so that's nice. I already have the whole like gray armor set that can drop off of these guys, so that's nice. I'm also not moving very optimally. I can already tell that I'm bleeding time, guys. I could have been at a Northshire Valley by now, probably. Not really, but, maybe. If I didn't spend 3,000 years trying to figure out what kind of character I wanted to play in the first place. The other thing is, I don't actually know all of my weapons yet. That's something that I have to learn by going to the various capital cities of the various races and learning from them. So I know for a fact I have to learn maces, or, hammers, from the dwarves. So me as a human, I don't start off with the ability to use hammers. I have to go learn it. It costs 10 silver, and it's in Ironforge, and that is pretty far away. They're up here. In fact, I know there's a lot of symbols on the map, but I'm way down here, right? And then just go up to this region right here, and that's where the dwarves are. So yeah. Other than that, I mean, standard MMORPG stuff, just, I really like the story. Honestly, the story, like, here, so I'm going to try and narrate as much as I can. Maybe not verbatim, but I do know the story of Warcraft, and so right now, as you heard in the opening scroll, the human army is being spread pretty thin. We have bad guys to the north, bad guys to the south, the army's being sent pretty much everywhere, and so locally we got nothing. And when you got nothing locally, like, what do? Well, you hire adventurers, and so you as a human adventurer, you're going out into the world and just helping out with a bunch of menial tasks so that you can, help out the world. Right now I've got to clean up these kobolds, because they are infesting the woods to the north. They don't really say why or like what they're doing, but they're doing it. They sure are doing it. And then yeah. So as a rogue, every class has like its own strengths and weaknesses, right? So warriors, they basically only do damage. Like, they have a tank class, but even high-end rating, as the best tanks in the game, they equip damage gear, and they just do a bunch of damage. It's kind of funny. There's just a certain way that they do damage so that they take aggro, so that they, get focused on, as opposed to everybody else. But warriors are really durable, theoretically. They have a lot of armor, but they're also, like, a little more conceptually squishy, because if a warrior goes in, they don't really have a way to, like, get out. They don't have a lot of, like, self-peel, if you want to put it in League of Legends terms. So a warrior, gets tagged by multiple enemies, and they just die, and it sucks. Whereas a rogue, they have, like, a vanish ability that allows them to just turn invisible in combat, that they can use once every 30 minutes. And that just drops aggro, keeps you alive. Mages, they have roots and stuff, and I mean, warlocks are safe because they're at range, hunters are safe because their pet can take aggro, and so on and so forth. What did Egan want? So this Egan guy, he wanted us to gather him wolf meat so that he can, I don't know, cook it. Again, like, it's a starting zone. We're in a starting zone. None of what's really happening here is anything but tutorial stuff. I will pick up this quest from Deputy Willem, sorry. Right, so a rogue is usually known for stealth, the ability to turn invisible. I don't have the ability to do that yet. And, in fact, I might be able to get it now, because, what is this? Encrypted letter. I was asked to bring this to your attention as soon as you return from the Kobold camps. Pemâloe. It appears to be a letter sealed with the insignia of Yorick, one of our local trainers. I wouldn't hesitate to read it before you go about any other business here in the Abbey. So, remember, by the way, that back in ye olden days, when this game first came out, there were no, like, quest markers. Aside from, I think they had, like, a little dot here that shows that I can, like, go meet them there. So for turning in the quest and picking up the quest, they had no, just turning in. They didn't have markers for picking up. So this add-on that I have is helping us with that, just so that it streamlines things, because I don't want to miss any quests if I don't have to. This is the letter that I got. That old letter font, I love it. Never been more proud to be part of the trade as I am these last few years. The need for assassins, spies, and scouts has never been more prevalent. You'd think wartime would have had higher demand, but surprisingly, war isn't a time we flourish like we do now. The times after peace starts to deteriorate. I was told you'd be in the area looking to learn a few things. When you have the time, come see me by the stables in the back of the Abbey. And that's Yorick Carradine, I don't know. Rogue Trainer. So he has me go back here, and he's hiding back here. He's a rogue. And he is a trainer. So what differentiates, like, vanilla Warcraft from other MMOs currently is that it's sort of on the edge of those super grindy, like, open world sandbox MMOs, like not old school as much, but like classic RuneScape, or like, I think Ragnarok was like that. I know for a fact that Star Wars Galaxies was incredibly open-ended. Like, you were just set in the world and they didn't tell you what to do. Warcraft was revolutionary for the time for, like, giving you quests enough to reach level 60, which other games didn't do, like, ever. So that's nice. But it's still in that old grindy era. It takes multiple in-game days just to reach max level, and the max level content requires 40 people to do. And it's all this grind. It's just a big slog. Gold is hard to come by, and you got to train every single skill that you learn. For example, if I want to learn stealth here, it costs me 10 copper. Well, 10 copper isn't very much, but down the line, it's gonna be expensive. Things are gonna cost multiple gold at higher levels, right? But anyway, I made it here at one piece. This guy's basically saying he wants to train me how to be a rogue. Oh, shoot. I probably should have read that. He talks about SI7, which is the human spy agency. He talks about, no, I think that's all I saw. Anyway. Sorry, I love Warcraft. I have played this game for years and years and years and years and years. I was, what, 4 years old when this game came out? And I've been playing it since then. I might have been 5. Hold on. It came out in 2004, but it was late 2004. So I was 5 years old when this game came out, and I've been playing it since then. Maybe I was 6, but it was still vanilla. Like, it was... When this was just vanilla, it was vanilla. Also, that noise, that's an add-on. That doo noise, that was just... I have an add-on that says whenever I'm about to drown or whenever I'm, like, standing in a fire, because that's something that you can die to, you know? Me standing in the fire, I'll take fire damage. Alright, so every class has its strengths and weaknesses. Let's go back to that real quick. And, you know, warriors are damage, and mage are... warriors are damage and tank, and mage are only damage, but, like, you know, calling them damage, tank, healer is a bit regressive, right? Because the kind of utility that a druid healer brings versus a paladin healer brings are completely different. A druid healer does mostly heals over time. A paladin healer only does, like, standard basic, I cast it and then I heal you heals, but the paladin healer also applies buffs, you know? So they all have their strengths and weaknesses. And I say strengths and weaknesses lightly because this was still the early era of, like, MMO design, and things were incredibly unbalanced. And they didn't have, you know, they didn't have, what is it, like, Liquid. I think Liquid, or no. Who are the, like, top-end raiding guilds? They didn't have top-end raiding guilds, you know, they had... What we call nowadays dad guilds was all they had. Remember, World of Warcraft, like, predates social media. So, like, this was a lot of people's first social media, like, before Facebook, before MySpace even. Like, people were on this, and they were, like, yapping at each other and, you know, coordinating places to meet up in real life. Like, oh, I've been playing with my guildies for, like, 6 months. Let's go meet up in real life, because I found out that they also live in Chicago or wherever I happen to be, right? These pants happen to be better than my current pants, even though they are cloth. So, you know, I can still equip cloth stuff, even though I'm a leather guy. But that means that, like, this game, even with add-ons, it lacks a little bit of polish, and that sort of gives it, like, not only, like, oh, that gives it its charm, but, like, it gives it that edge of, like, grindiness and difficulty that other games just don't have, right? Like, this is, in my opinion, like, more of an MMORPG than any, like, modern MMO, because those are just MMOs. They have RPG, like, mechanics, but you don't, like, you're not playing a role. You're not role playing as your character, right? It was also a little inconvenient, because let's just take a look at something here real quick. I'm going to use this vermin as an example. So rogues, they have this combo point stuff, and you can see every time I use my Sinister Strike, it increases a combo point on this guy, and then I can spend that on my combo point finishers. It seems a little more complicated than it probably is. It's really just, I have an extra little resource that I can spend, but the problem is, I'm attacking this Kobold Worker. If I switch to this Rabbit, I lose those combo points, and if I switch back to the Worker, they're still gone. So, combo points are like the rogue's way of saying you can only focus one guy at a time. So rogues tend to be really, at least for leveling, good at single target combat. I'm gonna go this way. Work on this quest over here. Rogues are good at single target combat, but they're not good at... as good at least at multi-target, because they can only use their finishers on one guy at a time, whoever they've been, you know, stacking combo points against. Because you can see my little eviscerate ability. I guess you can't actually see my eviscerate ability because I'm covering it up with my face. That's unfortunate that I've spent so long. Let's fix that real quick, just right here on stream. How does that look? That should look good. Okay. So now you can see my abilities. I have my stealth here that I will not use for a long time, don't worry. Oh no, hold on. I will not be using this stealth stuff for a long time. Just because it reduces my movement speed, and quite frankly, like, these guys, whatever. I'm not going to die in Northshire. If I do die in Northshire Abbey, then we've got some problems. Granted, I don't play Rogue very much. In fact, I've never played a classic Rogue, aside from, like, to level 16 or something in hardcore. Or really in vanilla. I'm usually a warrior guy in vanilla. I've been a mage guy in the past, and I do, like, in Season of Discovery, which is kind of like vanilla, but not really. It had extra abilities and stuff. That one, I've played a bunch of classes. I had a hunter, I had a warrior, I had a rogue, and I had a shaman. But you can see my eviscerate ability here. Like, I target a guy, it's grayed out. I can't use it unless I have combo points. That ability requires combo points. This guy's just running around everywhere. Holy. These guys with red names, they will attack you if you get close to them. You saw that happen a little earlier. Guys with yellow names, they won't. They don't care. Every time I level up, I have that little yellow thing around me. The glow. The ding. Let's actually open up that quest, because I think that's worth reading, even though we kind of skipped over it back in the day, but... Recently, a new group of thieves have been hanging around Northshire. They call themselves the Defias Brotherhood, and have been seen across the river to the east. If you look to the east, or to our area here, we're in that river, you know, across that river to the east. That's just kind of, you know... Again, way back in the olden days, they didn't tell you where stuff was, so you had to, like, read the quest, and it says across the river to the east. Oh, okay, that means I need to cross this river that I'm currently standing in and go to the east, which is where I am. And then he says, I don't know what they're up to, but I'm sure it's not good. Bring me the bandanas they wear, and I'll reward you with a weapon. And so we're gonna get our first weapon upgrade while we're doing this. So yeah. So we just gotta... I am not, so don't worry about me. Okay. My aunt is asking if I want dinner. I am not hungry. I have eaten once today. That is more than enough. Shh. It kind of seems like, because I know that the enemies scale with your level, or a little higher than your, like, they scale a little faster than you. Not in damage or anything, but like in health. Because like these guys are dying to 3 Sinister Strikes and an Eviscerate, except when my Eviscerate misses, I guess. 3 or 4 Sinister Strikes and an Eviscerate, and they're dying. That's not going to happen later. I'm also a, because I'm a weapon class, you know, my damage is very dependent on my weapon damage. And right now I just have this crappy little 0.9 DPS Worn Dagger that I start off with. But that's gonna change. Once I kill these Defias thugs, I'm gonna get an upgrade. So, I wish I could yap about Warcraft lore, but I wanted to keep this, even though I'm not reading quests, I wanted to keep this at least somewhat, like, spoiler-free. One of the, like, draws, one of the main, like, reasons to play Classic as an RPG as opposed to, like, modern Warcraft as an MMO, right? That distinction is important, at least to me, is that, like, the story wasn't really told to you as much. It was told to you, like, through quest text, but it wasn't told to you, like, through stuff that you did. There weren't a lot of scripted events. In fact, I can't think of very many up until, like, the mid-teens range, like 15 or something. And even then, they're, like, once per quest, and it's like, oh, you give this guy a drink. Like, I know the warrior quest at level 10, you give a guy a drink, and then he, like, attacks you, and then, okay, you attack him back, and then you win. But, like, it's not the scripting that's important. It's the... To me, it's the fact that back in this, you know, time period of World of Warcraft... the game itself was more about, like, you go out into the world and you make a story about, like, for yourself, as opposed to, like, being told the story. I'm reading chat. I think it's at this point. It's fine to speak of the lore. So yeah, I was gonna summarize like kind of what's going on, but I don't want to talk about like the stories in the background. Like I know what the Defias are. I know the extent that they are. And I guess that's a slight spoiler that they are a little more important than petty thieves that you find in the east across the river of Northshire Valley, right? But there's a lot going on, right? So first things first, this is technically a spin-off game, which I think is funny. It ended up being the only like thing they did with the IP after that, but there are 3 Warcraft real-time strategy games. Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, and Warcraft 3. And in fact, Warcraft 3 is the real-time strategy game that spawned Dota. The very first Dota is a custom map from Warcraft 3. And that's why like Dota 1 doesn't exist as its own game that you can launch like Dota 2, because it's a Warcraft 3 custom map. You can go play it. It's pretty fun. It's definitely unpolished, though, for obvious reasons. It is just a custom map, but something happened. I don't remember what, but like they wanted to make a sequel, and then Valve bought the rights, and then a couple people said, "Oh, but we want to make our own version of this Dota," and then that's how League of Legends was born, and then League of Legends became the best esport in the world. Sorry, Dota fans, not sorry. But Warcraft was defined by its conflict. I mean, it's called Warcraft, right? It was defined by the war, and specifically the tagline of the first game, Warcraft, was Warcraft orcs and humans, or something like that. Or orcs versus... I'm pretty sure it said orcs and humans, and not orcs versus humans. It seems a little beneath it to be called orcs versus humans. We just got a bounty on Garrick Padfoot. He is a cutthroat who's plagued our farmers and merchants for weeks. Was seen at a shack near the vineyards, which lies east of the abbey and across the bridge. Bring me the villain's head and earn his bounty, but be wary. Garrick has gathered a gang of thugs around him. He will not be an easy man to reach. Even though that's a level 5 quest, I'm going to hold off on it for a little bit. I want to kill these kobolds first, so let's just keep killing kobolds. So, side note, the original Warcraft was supposed to be a game like commissioned by Games Workshop for Warhammer. It was supposed to be a Warhammer game, which is why it's so similar. Orcs and humans, it's Warcraft, right? But anyway. Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 followed the story of the orcs and the humans and their war against each other. So the orcs actually come from a different world. Their world is called Draenor, and they conquered their own world, essentially. Like, more than that, they teamed up with demons, and so they, like, enslaved their whole world, and they left it a barren wasteland, and in later expansions we go there, but right now we don't. Right now we're confined to Azeroth. Excuse me for a second. Excuse me, my goodness. So, in fact, they ruined their world so much that they shattered it. Like, it got destroyed and turned into a broken, like, set of floating rocks out in the middle of the twisting nether, which is basically space. But basically, the orcs, they teamed up with demons, but really what it was is that they were kind of forced to. They were enslaved by the demons, sort of. They were given a blood curse, sort of. Tuskaru, brother, if that makes you Tuskaru, I'm so sorry. I'm just sneezing, man. But the orcs are basically aliens corrupted by demons in the first game. And at the end of the first game, there are 2 campaigns, and you know, it's multiple endings, which is rare for a 90s computer game to have a different ending for each faction, but, you know, they had it. Well, in Warcraft 2, we find out that the true ending is that the orcs win. And so the orcs actually sacked... You can't see it, but there's a city right here, Stormwind City. I guess you can't see it if I click on it. So the orcs actually sacked Stormwind City and burned it to the ground. And that sucked, you know? The humans, that was one of their main cities. There's multiple human empires across the Eastern Kingdoms. Originally, this was just known as Azeroth. In fact, they didn't know there was any other continent in the world, but of course you can see that there are two. We'll get to that in a second. Well, at the end of Warcraft 1, the orcs win. And in Warcraft 2, they decide that they're going to continue up. They're going to continue their conquest, go to the dwarves over here in Dunmordo. This whole place is called, what, Casmodan? Yeah, Casmodan. This whole region that's like north of the... In fact, it starts right here in the Burning Steppes, which, again, we'll get to. But this whole region right here is Dwarfland, and this whole region is Stormwind territory, basically, and this whole region up here is Lordaeron. There's Alterac up here, there's a couple others, but, again, we're not going to get too deep, but the orcs, they go up through dwarf territory, and they start to attack this place up here, and this place ends up being, like, the main setting for the next two games, Warcraft 2 and 3. It's called Lordaeron, and Lordaeron, with King Menethil and Prince Arthas, is, like, the main, you know, even in Warcraft 1, like, they were the strongest human nation, but, like, you know, Stormwind is the city that gets sacked at the end of the campaign. And so Warcraft 2 is Lordaeron rebutting against the orcs, and they, you know, found the paladins, and they do X, Y, and Z, and they chase the orcs out into the sea when they try to swim away to go find the tomb of Sargeras, who is, like, the leader of all the demons. Apparently his tomb is out in the ocean. Well, in Warcraft 3... Now, I say his tomb, but it was, like, a tomb of one of his... it wasn't his actual tomb. It's called the Tomb of Sargeras, but it's not actually his tomb. He's not dead. Yet. Well, Warcraft 1 happens, the orcs win. Warcraft 2 happens, the humans win. And so when the humans win, what they do is they... In fact, the final battle is up here in the... There's a place called Blackrock Mountain. It's this massive mountain that in the real, like, map, it's just a little bit over that direction, which I think is kind of funny. But Blackrock Mountain is the location of the final battle, and they finally rout the orcs, and the orcs separate, and most of them get tied up in internment camps. The humans say we don't want to kill all the orcs, because that would be evil. So what they do is they put them in internment camps, and they essentially put them into slave labor. So like I said a while ago, I don't think anybody was here yet, but like I said a while ago, nobody, like, no faction is good. You have, like, the humans and the elves and the dwarves on one side, and you have the orcs and the trolls and the undead on the other side, but the orcs, trolls, and undead aren't necessarily bad guys, and the humans, night elves, or dwarves and whatever, they're not necessarily the good guys. There are bad people on both sides, and that's like, one of the main themes of early Warcraft that we kind of lost out on. It kind of became what they call friend slop in modern expansions. Anywho, so Warcraft 3 is the most story intensive, and I honestly highly recommend just playing through it as a story game. You could even turn on the cheats to just beat it. Like, it's just a fun story. But the TLDR is that essentially the orcs are given a message from this prophet guy, and it turns out later that this prophet is like one of the most powerful mages in the world that we thought was dead because he consorted with demons, but now he's not consorting with demons because he is dead, but not dead. Whatever. He's a good guy, and he's trying to say, you need to leave the Eastern Kingdoms because the apocalypse is about to happen, essentially. He says, the world is about to end. A burning legion is going to invade and destroy everything. Now we could see that really didn't pan out. What he really meant was this northern region, but don't worry about that. But again, this is from the point of view of Lordaeron, and so the orcs, from their internment camps, they get liberated by their new war chief, Thrall. Thrall is an English word meaning slave, which goes to show he was born in slavery. He was born in an internment camp. And so Thrall takes the orcs, he gets some troll allies, he takes them, and he is told that there's a continent across the ocean that they need to sail to. And so they sail out into the ocean blindly, and they stumble across this mostly uninhabited, at least by, known intelligent races, continent. This place is called Kalimdor, and it's the home of the ancient night elves. And so they had elves over here, and in fact they're up here, but you can see I can't click on their place. That's by design. not accessible right now, for basically the reason that most of them were killed. So what happens is the apocalypse comes. Essentially, it's carried out in Lordaeron, and almost exclusively in Lordaeron, by the Scourge, the undead Scourge. And so they have the zombie apocalypse, brought on by the demons. And eventually Prince Arthas, of Lordaeron, he says, I need to, stop this. And so he sets out to stop it by going to, there's this continent that's up to the north that you can't see here called Northrend. And a lot of stuff happens, and he gets corrupted. There's a point in time where over here in Stratholme, he says, oh, nope, they're already infected by the zombies. Even though they're still humans, they're already infected by the zombies. This entire city must be purged. And so he goes out and kills innocent civilians, and it's like this big character-defining moment. Like, is it okay to kill citizens that are already, tainted with the undead plague that's going to kill them or not? And again, play the game. It's so good. But spoiler, not spoiler, Arthas, it becomes what's known as the Lich King. He becomes the king of all the undead. And so the entire rest of Warcraft 3 plays out as essentially a conflict, not between, humans and orcs, but between humans, orcs, undead, and Night Elves. Because when they go over to Kalimdor, it turns out Night Elves don't want to share their territory, even though they're mostly living out of ruins and squatting in tree huts. Like, they don't want to share that territory with the orcs who have just been running away from literal slavery. But eventually a couple humans go over there, led by Jaina. The orcs, the Night Elves, they all team up, and then they beat the Burning Legion. Yippee. We're all happy and whatever. So if you go to Lordaeron now, that's actually the undead starting zone. If you play as an undead horde character, you start over here, in this region over here, and you essentially are a zombie squatting in your own homes. Like, you are a post-apocalyptic zombie that has regained sentience, essentially. And so the Horde is the only people willing to accept them. Number one, because they need a stronghold in, this continent. But number two, because, the undead are outcasts. The humans won't accept them back. Those are undead. You zombie apocalypse does. We don't want to take you back in. And so that's why the undead join the Horde, even though they are all humans. But then, when that zombie apocalypse happens, you can see this is Lordaeron, right? This whole region up here. And you can see that that's all been zombie apocalypsized. In fact, this place is called the Eastern Plague Lands for a reason. It's all still implagued by the Scourge. And so the elves were wiped out for one reason or another, and then also cut off from the rest of the world, because their only way out is through the Plague Lands, right? And then also through Lordaeron territory. So, for recap, the humans have gone under multiple apocalypses, one of them to the orcs that they eventually rebuilt, and one of them to the undead that is currently being controlled still by the undead. You have the orcs, who were beaten so badly that they were all essentially put into slavery. And they said, we gotta get out of here, and they left, and they crossed the sea. Across the sea, the orcs find the ancestors of the elves that we know, and those are the Night Elves, and they don't want to share their territory, so you have all these tensions with each other. And so when you start off in World of Warcraft, 4 years have essentially passed, not even essentially, 4 years have passed since the end of Warcraft 3. And you have orcs and humans are still at each other's throats. But again, they have this Cold War treaty because the humans helped with the war on the Burning Legion, the demons, right? And so you have, the orcs and humans, they don't really want to kill each other, but they're still at this sort of Cold War tension. The orcs don't really want to kill the Night Elves, because the Night Elves help them, but the orcs also want lumber, and the Night Elves aren't willing to give them lumber, so that's a problem. And then the orcs have accepted the Tauren, but the Tauren are having their own problems, and then the undead are having problems with humans that want to take back the lands that the undead are in, and so it's just conflict after conflict after conflict with each other. And so everybody is essentially at odds with each other, outside of their faction, and even sometimes within. And so that's why World of Warcraft, as a game, is so pivotalized or centralized around the factions, the Horde versus the Alliance. So me as a human, I'm playing on the Alliance, right? But I played the Horde for 20 some odd years. I've been playing Horde. Horde is my main faction and always has been. And it probably always will be, because the only reason I'm Alliance right now is, number one, it kind of fits Pemâloe more, and number two, when I first started on Hardcore, I had a friend that I was playing with, and he really wanted to play Alliance, and so we all just played Alliance and, like, kind of forgot about it. And then he stopped playing, and I kept playing, and so now I'm kind of stuck on Alliance because, you know, all my eggs are in one basket already. I can't really leave the Alliance. Well, I guess I can now. I just thought about this. My high level... Because, like, I have 60 gold across the Alliance characters right now, which is a decent chunk. That's actually quite a lot of gold. You can see I have 52 on Bancorp, but then this I don't even have 60. I have 52 because this image character died. So, like, I actually have only 52 gold, I guess. But still, the point is, you can't mail across factions, even to, like, your own character across factions, as part of, like, the idea behind, you know, this war, and the fact that there's, you know, gameplay-wise, they wanted it to be a two-faction system. Think, like, City of Villains, City of Heroes, right? In fact, that's where they got the idea from, I'm pretty sure, from World of Warcraft. But with these two-faction stuff, like, I have 50 gold that I, like, want to use. I use it on potions, I use it on gear upgrades and whatever else, for a new character. And I don't really want to, like, start from scratch and have no money on a character when I'm trying to regain the fact that I was almost level 60 and then died. But I was almost level 60 on this image character, and he had more than 6 gold. This is an outdated tab up here. He had probably around 40 or so. And he died to the stupidest shit in the world. I just got greedy. I thought I could grab something before they killed me, and then they killed me, so I couldn't do it. So that's fun. But anyway, I'm kind of stuck on the Alliance for that reason, even though I would prefer to play Horde, because to me, like, I kind of resonate with the Horde. They kind of seem... They're trying to get past their old demonic, you know, blood curse. They're trying to... Hello. It's okay, you're allowed to be late. I just went over the entire, like, SparkNotes summary of Warcraft 1 through 3, because this is the direct sequel to Warcraft 3. And I'm about to get into the SparkNotes version of what's going on for each race, and yeah. So, like, you have the Horde, you have the Alliance, you have the Orcs on the Horde and the Trolls on the Horde, and they're just trying to make a name for themselves in Durotar, but oh no, there are, you know, cultists afoot and whatever. And then you have the Tauren, they're out here in Mulgore, but oh no, they're being beset by Quilboar and Centaur. And so the Horde races, just the quickest version is, they're all trying to just, like, eke out their own hovels in the world and sort of build up, because they know for a fact that the humans, they don't care. The humans are going to come back and kill them anyway. And the humans, of course, making their alliances. The elves don't want to ally with them anymore for a lot of reasons, but again, because they're mostly dead and because they are kind of cut off by the zombie apocalypse just kind of happening to their south. Meanwhile, on the Alliance side, you have the humans, you have the, you know, who I'm playing, and then you have the dwarves and the gnomes. They're kind of just trying to also deal with, I mean, they don't really have, like, an overarching story that culminates anytime soon, but they do have conflicts with the Dark Iron dwarves, and then it turns out that there's this Dark Iron plot, and then there's, at endgame, you don't really see them for most of the game, but at endgame you have an entire enemy faction of just Dark Iron dwarves that you eventually go into do, like, dungeons and raids against. But I don't know. They put the most of, like, it's very obvious that they put the most of their storytelling into, like, the orc characters playing and the human characters playing. Because the orc story is pretty fascinating. Again, they have, like, It turns out that there's like a secret coven of warlocks living in their city that are bad and whatever, and they're consorting with the warlocks outside, and then they're also trying to bring demons back into the Horde, and that's like the whole point, that the Horde was bad in the first place, so it's why their world was destroyed. It's why blah, 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 blah. Well, on the human side of things, right? For some reason, all of the human... So I just... By the way, I'm leaving the starting zone now. We've finished all the quests up here in this starting area, so we're going out into the real world. You'll also notice there's no loading screens. This is really rare for old MMOs especially, but this is one big seamless... Or I guess two, technically, because this is a separate like map that you can load into. On different characters, or when you cross the ocean on a boat, like there's a loading screen. But this whole world is one shared instance with everybody else in the entire world. So if I wanted to, I'm not going to because I would die, I could run east this way until I reach Eastvale Logging Camp, and then continue on going into Red Ridge Mountains, and then I can go from Red Ridge Mountains to the Burning Steppes. I can go from Burning Steppes to, well, through Blackrock Mountain to Searing Gorge. From Searing Gorge I can go to the Badlands. From Badlands I could go to Loch Modan, and from Loch Modan I could go to Dunmorrow, and Dunmorrow is where Ironforge, the city of the dwarves, is, right? Or there's a train. There's a train up here. I could just take the train. So we're gonna do that eventually. In fact, we're going to do that relatively quickly, because I do want to train hammers, because, again, we are a Pemâloe. We want to be able to use hammers. So, but for some reason, the human armies are being spread thin. A lot of them are being sent to the jungles south in Stranglethorn Vale. A lot of them are being sent up north to the Burning Steppes and Searing Gorge. And nobody really knows, like, what to do homeside, because you can see we've had a lot of problems already in Northshire Valley. We've been attacking kobolds, we've been attacking the Defias, and now we're finding out that there are more kobolds. The mine in Northshire isn't the only one with problems, right? Wow, that tied in so perfectly. I couldn't have scripted that better. I have reports that the Fargo Deep mine in Elwyn has also become a haven for kobolds. Explore the mine and confirm these reports, then return to me. So we as a human are kind of like standing in for the Stormwind army, because all they really have are the guards sitting around town. They don't really... In fact, you'll see there's like a station of them over here, this station over here, and then just nothing. This is all human-controlled lands, but man, they don't feel like they're in very much control. And you'll see that especially when we get out to Westfall. But anyway. I do need to train my rogue skills. A general rule of thumb, early on it doesn't matter as much, but later on a general rule of thumb is every 2 levels go back to your class trainer. The reason why that doesn't matter too much early is, number one, a lot of your spells are kind of like useless that you learn. I'm just learning first aid here, by the way. A lot of your spells are kind of useless. Like we're gonna go find out. Actually, I don't know where he is. Hold on. No, not profession, sorry. Yeah, okay, he's over there. I don't play rogue very often. I know the warrior and paladin trainers are over there. I know the mage trainer is upstairs. I know the priest trainer is upstairs. I wonder if the rogue trainer is upstairs or downstairs. Right there, okay. You can see, I mean, I've got a couple of spells that are like, alright. I'm going to rank up Sinister Strike because it's good. I like Pickpocket. It's money. And then Gouge is essential. Backstab we don't need to worry about because we are going to change to daggers pretty soon. And it requires daggers. But it'll be good to have later. I say I don't play rogue, but like I'm putting my abilities, excuse me, onto their keybinds. I can't stop hiccuping. Onto the like keybinds that I already know that I want for them. So yeah, as a human, I'm standing in for the army, and we don't know why the army's spread thin. The other thing is, the Defias are around, like they're a thing, and we don't really know what they are. We know that they are, you know, human, mostly brigands and bandits and outlaws, but we don't know like what their purpose is and why there's so many of them, because we're gonna find a lot of Defias quests for a long time. One other thing that I want to do after we do... I happen to know that there's a couple quests that I want to take, so let's go take those first before we go into the mine. But I do want to go train up my professions, because you can get professions, and I want to make a little bit of money while I can. So let's go ahead and get started on that. This gouge ability, by the way, boom. He's stunned, I can walk away, I can bandage myself, do whatever, come back. They have food in this game. I just found this scroll. It gives me extra armor for 30 minutes. That's what these are up at the top right. They're buffs. I got stamina increase, which is health. I got armor, which, you know, damage reduction. They have food in this game, but you can only eat food out of combat, which does matter because out of combat health regeneration is really, really slow. At least back in vanilla days, which is where we are. I'm just gonna pick up these quests. This one is saying I gotta go kill some boar. We're gonna get that later. She's way over here. She's higher level, and she has an entourage of people. But this one's important. Ma Stonefield is telling us she lost her necklace, and she thinks that gutter snipe Billy McClure. Sorry, there we go. Billy McClure took it. He's usually scuttling like a rat around the McClure Vineyards east of here. That's where we are right now. Get my necklace back and you'll warm an old widow's heart. So I know for a fact, I'm just gonna breeze through this quest line real quick. Billy says, "Oh, I don't remember where I lost that necklace. Maybe if you made me some of Grandma, what's their name? Stonefield? Is that her name? I don't remember. Let's find out." He says, "I might know who did it, but I'm too hungry to remember. Maybe if I got a pie, I could tell you who has that necklace. And you know, I think that old Bernice lady at the other farm makes great pork belly pies, and so he wants us to make pork, or rather, he wants us to go get pork belly pies from Grandma back over there. And then he'll use that to say, oh, I do know where the necklace is, and then it's going to be in the mine. That's why I'm doing this now, so that we can go into the mine later. I also do know for a fact that, like, this is the best place to grind out cooking materials, and I don't want to do too many, like, big, stupid grinds on stream, unless I had, like, things to yap about, but I don't really have things to yap about because I don't want to bore anybody with more lore or whatever. However, if you do want to be bored with lore, haha, plug for somebody that's not me, go watch, his name is Jedi Warlock. He's got lore videos on everything. He even has the story of, like, you know, these quests, so that you don't have to play through them to know the story, because it's not really told in a very, like, modern sensibilities kind of way. Like, the modern gaming audience doesn't like how slow the questing can be. But then again, this is one of the more populated versions of Warcraft, so I don't know. This one as well. We just have like a Romeo and Juliet quest going on here. Mabel Malkier, she's cursed. Not really. Her heart belongs to Tommy Joe Stonefield, but our families are bitter enemies, so I can't see him, even though my eyes ache to gaze upon that handsome face. Over there somewhere. Please take this letter and give it to Tommy Joe. He's usually at the river. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I was saying this before, the world is seamless. If I did cross this river right here, I'm gonna get close. Is that a GameCube? Yes. This is my Nintendo GameCube that I won because I'm good at Magic the Gathering. Not joking. I entered into a Magic tournament and I got like 5th place and it was enough money to get a GameCube. So I got a GameCube right at the same place that I played Magic. I don't have any games for it. Which sucks, because I could probably afford some. They're actually not too expensive, unless you get, like, Melee or something. I mean, you look over here, I could cross this river, right? And I could go into what's known as Duskwood, but, like, I would die. You see that skull symbol? That means he's so high level that I don't know what level he is. He's about level, I think, like, what, 18, 16, 18, 17, 18? I'm gonna say 18. 18 sounds like a good number. You also notice I'm just running around with a single dagger, and this kind of sucks, and I hate it. We're gonna fix it. Don't worry. Karma Cannon, you missed it. I just rambled about Warcraft 1 through 3 lore for, like, 40 minutes. But essentially, I'm a human, and there are orcs, and then there's a bunch of other things, and I don't like most of those things. Except for the dwarves and the gnomes and the night elves. And technically the high elves, but you can't play as high elves, and there's only like a dozen that you can interact with in the game, aside from the ones that you can kill. There are a few of those. But anyway, I go over here. Auntie Bernice Stonefield says, I don't think it's right feeding the boy who stole my necklace in the first place. But if that's what it takes to get back what's mine, then so be it. So she made me the pies, and I'm going to take them to Billy McClure, the son of her hated enemy, later. We're going to do that later, don't worry. We'll wait. Usually when I'm leveling through here, I take like half an hour and just kill boars for half an hour. Because they drop boar meat at a pretty consistent level, and we like boar meat. Boar meat is the best thing to cook with. But like I said, I have the rules in the description. We're doing semi-solo self-found, so like I can't buy stuff on the auction house, but I'm definitely going to list stuff and make money. Should we read Maybelle's love letter? Never played a human in WoW, but the overall story was cool. Yeah, so I was saying this earlier. I think their story and the orc story is like the most developed in Warcraft, which is also interesting because Warcraft, or the entire Horde was added late in development. But like the human story is like, okay, what are the Defias? Why is our army gone? So on and so forth, and it all culminates in Dustwallow Marsh. I'm not gonna spoil it because it's possible that we get there, but it all culminates in Dustwallow Marsh. And then you have like missing diplomats. I know there's a whole chain involving like a missing diplomat, and you gotta figure out, follow clues to find him, and so on and so forth. If anybody like wants to know more of the lore, because I am kind of glossing over it, unintentionally, but also intentionally because I have dyslexia and I don't really like reading quests, but I love the lore. So go listen. There's a guy named Jedi Warlock on YouTube, really good. He's basically the best classic Warcraft lore content out there. But right now, we're just doing Romeo and Juliet shit. Oh, if only our folks could see beyond the silly crimes they have done to each other. Who cares? Give this to Tommy Joe. Please, Pemâloe, speak with my grandma. If anyone can find a way to bring me together with Maybelle, she can. Sure. We can do that. I want to... Okay, so the plan is... The strat is stay in the middle, but the plan is... go into this cave right here. Beat the... Kobold. Like, do all the Kobold quests. So we have 3 of them. One of them is we gotta get Gold Dust, so that we can give it to Remy 2 times in Goldshire, and he'll give us a really important item I'm going to be using forever. William Pestle in the inn wanted us to also kill kobolds and get their large candles so that he can also make us an item. And then the marshal wanted us to go scout the mine and find out just how bad the kobolds are. And then, of course... Not this quest. We can actually delist that quest for a bit. Don't have to look at it. And then, of course, once we bring the pies back to Billy, we're going to find out that he dropped the necklace somewhere near the Fargo Deep Mine, and then it was picked up by the biggest, maddest, meanest kobold in the mine, Goldtooth. Most of these quests, because again, like, this is vanilla Warcraft. This is back before the story was, like, cutscenes, It was told to you through... dialogue and through the world around you, and so we'll eventually find out like what the Defias are, but it's not like and we will eventually take them down, but it's not like we're doing that because like we've been cutscene told to, and like, oh, I've got character motivation. No, it's literally just like, you're an adventurer, right? Oh, okay, well, here are the Defias. And you can never do the breadcrumb press quests that teach you, like, okay, who are the Defias? Who is their leader? So on and so forth. Okay, Billy, thank you. He's going to tell us, yep, go get Bernace's necklace. Good job. And so there's all these quests that lead up to the Defias, but you don't have to do them. In fact, you don't have to do a single quest to reach level 60. Every time you kill something, you get experience. So you could just go do, like, a questless grind to level 60. And then, like, you know, once you reach the level 20 range, you could just go into the, Dead Mines, which is like their home, I guess. Sorry, spoilers. We eventually find out that the Dead Mines is their place, but like you could just go into the Dead Mines with a group. You don't have to have the quests that tell you who their leader is and who the Defias are and whatever. Meanwhile, in Modern Warcraft, it's like you go into the dungeon, then they start playing cutscenes, and it's like, okay, we got a pouch. We have another bag. We did it. We've reached our second bag. I was given a buff. Okay. Okay, that's actually important. We scouted the mine. Oh no, it looks like there's a lot of yeah, more bags. That's so rare in vanilla. Like a single bag costs 10 silver, and that's only for what, 6 slots? An 8-slot bag costs like a gold or something. I just do not have a gold. But if you find them out in the world, or if you get them from a quest, they're like free. This is what happens if you die. Your corpse gets left behind. And this is vanilla, or this is hardcore, so if we die, we're gone, we're cooked. It's over. Oh, that's the wrong biggest bat. That's the actual biggest baddest kobold. He's a rare spawn, and I say rare, but he's got like a 10-minute timer on his respawn. But if you can see those guys with the silver dragon, it usually just means they're higher level. They're not actually technically stronger, but they are considered a rare spawn. And if they are rare, then they always drop something good. In the starting zones, all the rares... Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I haven't been paying attention to my character, but we could die in here. We could be like that person. So we need to be careful. Pretty damn sure we're going to be fine, though. Like, this isn't meant to be hard. But... I like helping people. Okay, now I need to just sit here and wait for Gold Tooth. Let's invite Flop. Yes! Aw, man. Oh, now I need to wait again. I might as well do this real quick. We did it. Sorry, you can't see chat, but he said be safe. I'm gonna respond and say you too. And he already left. You can't see chat. I'm intentionally covering it. I don't, like, you don't want to see what's going on. It is so bad. But, yeah, I said, but, they are funny to troll, and I've done so in the past. Just take whatever opinion they have and have the opposite. That's how I grew up. Like when I was 12, I thought that was the funniest thing to do in the world, and I did it all the time. But I am 27 now. I cannot act like that. This game's been out for 22 years, guys. Or this year will be 22 years. And I'm playing the version that's been around. Fancy dancy thing, please buy. I don't know. I don't want to buy that. No. Wait, hold on. I got this. Here, we could do something with chat. WTS, and then just like random shit in my bag. Broken Boar Tusk X3, 500G each. Haha, I'm so funny. I'm the funniest guy in the world. Again, you can't see it. I'm intentionally covering it up, but... Ah! Okay, hold on. That's the problem with caves in hardcore. Caves are almost always filled with bad guys that, like with red names, that will tag you and kill you. And, hold on. Because it's a cave, it's like an enclosed space, so if they start respawning on top of you, it's kind of hard for you to run away, because, like, what do? You run this direction and you find more kobolds. And those more kobolds will kill you. Okay, yeah, you really don't want to see chat. In fact, hold on. Let's make a new window. Because I do this all the time anyway. Settings. Just to be safe, and then we want item loot, money loot, system messages channel. Yeah, that's it. I don't have my important chat open, but that's usually just like people that I'm actually talking to, so it'll be party chats, it'll be raid chats, it'll be whatever. You can't see it, but there's like different channels over here, and you have like the general tab, which is just general stuff, and then you have the combat log, and that has, I mean, I can click it open and it'll just be every point of damage that's dealt will be like, oh, hits for 6 physical, blah blah blah. But you can make your own channels, and people don't know this. I have a looking for group channel that opens up the global looking for group channel. So if I ever want to do like a dungeon later on down the line, I can look that up later. And just say like, hey, anybody want to do Dire Maul when I'm level 50 or something? I don't know what level the Dire Maul is. I don't need water, so I just gave them water. Water is the food for casters to regenerate their mana. I don't have mana, though. I have energy. Do characters in Dota have energy? I know some characters in League have energy, but do some characters in Dota have energy? Why do I say Dota like Dota? Like, I put extra emphasis on the dough. Like, Dota. Like, Dota characters have energy, or they only have mana over there. Because I know every every hero in Warcraft 3 has mana by design. And Dota, again, is a Warcraft 3 mod originally. But they have energy in League, and it works essentially like this, except rogues in Warcraft, they don't have a natural way of regenerating energy, and in League, every champion that has energy has a way to regain energy. Like through an ability. It's Akali's W, it's Lee Sin's passive, it's Shen's no, Shen's Q passive. Oh, shit. Oh. Shit. We're fine. We're safe. We just have to run in the direction of dead bodies. Because if you see a dead body... Here's some hardcore tips from Andy Pandy. If you see a dead body, that means that you know that the thing that died in that area is, like, recently dead. If you don't see a dead body, if it's completely empty, you should be worried because they could respawn on you at any moment. So be careful. Over here, you don't see any dead bodies on the ground, so you know that the kobolds over here can respawn even, like, right now. Or right now. Or right now, right? But you just have to be careful running through areas like this. I love yapping about Warcraft. I love it so much. It's making my throat hurt, though, that I'm talking too much. And my foot. I'm just noticing that my foot's starting to get a little pegged. I wanted to do like a 12-hour Warcraft stream where I play as Pemâloe. I might be less inclined now that I'm in pain. I do want to hit... Okay, so Warrior up until level 10 is like the most fun any class is up until level 10. And I'm not a warrior, I'm a rogue. And you'd think, oh, well, that's not so different, right? Well, warriors have... They have a charge so they can go in, right? They have... like, a lot of damage. And they don't have to sacrifice on damage. Because me as a rogue right now, I only have one dagger, guys. This one dagger is my... I have to plug my headphones in, they're beeping at me. This one dagger is my entire source of damage. This thing right here, this little 2.0 DPS dagger, it's the only damage I have, and I don't have dual wield until level 10. So up until level 10 in vanilla World of Warcraft, if you don't like the 1 to 10 grind, like, I'm sorry, it gets better. That's when level 10 is when hunters get their pets. Level 10 is when warlocks get their second pet. Level 10 is when rogues get dual wield. Level 10 is when mages get... No, do mages get blink at 18 or 20? I don't know. Level 10 is usually like the big unlock point. Like, in fact, level 20 is the unlock point for let's say 23, because that's when they just get, like, unkillable. Like, there's a reason I've never played mage in hardcore, and it's honestly because I don't feel fair doing it. They are just untouchable. They will never die. Most, if not all, heroes in Dota use mana. Okay, that's what I thought. Excuse me. Let's turn invisible, because I do want to pickpocket. Okay, no. I'm being noticed. Yeah, that's the other thing. Rogues have this invisibility mechanic, and you think it's really cool, but they can be noticed because it's not actually invisibility. It's called stealth. And if you get noticed and, like, you're in the middle of a pack of, like, 10 guys, like, you're going to die. Unless you have Vanish, and Vanish doesn't unlock until 30. So, honestly speaking, I kind of, like, don't want to walk up and pickpocket, even though it's a decent source of gold. Here, I'll show you what it does. It's really stupid. I'm going to get up closer because stealth is really slow. Look, I can turn invisible. Ooh. And then I can walk up, and I can press my pickpocket button. Ooh. And then I can get dry salt lick from him. Wow. And then that sells for 27 copper, which is a lot of copper, actually, for this level. You'll see, like, this sells for 6 each. So, 18 there. 4 there. 2 there. 29. These, Ooh. It's two-handed. Why is it selling for 20 on the auction house? If you see this TSM general info stuff, that is an add-on that I have downloaded. It tells me auction house prices that are uploaded from a database that refreshes automatically so that I don't have to go to the auction house and check for it myself. And then I have Auctionator as well, and that's where you can see the vendor and auction prices, but the auction price is based on the last scene. So look at the TSM price if you see it. In this case, you can see it right there, the minimum buyout. That's the one you want to look at. Except not in this case because nobody's buying this thing for 20 gold. That's a scam. It could be. I mean, I know that this is a rare drop, so it could be like people are trying to get it for Fashionscape or like, you know, transmog, but there is no transmog. This is vanilla, and this isn't. I don't know. However, those mining shovels, they do look cool. It's a unique model, and in regular Warcraft, they're pretty expensive, even though you can kind of farm them easily, just because people are lazy. And in regular, like, transmog, right? What is that? It's you're wearing one piece of armor, but you make it look like a different piece of armor. They have that in modern Warcraft. They don't have that in vanilla. And again, it's by design. They don't want you to. At least back in the day, like, it was almost not even almost. It was a status symbol. If you were walking around in your full raid gear, like, people knew that you were walking around in full raid gear, and they said, "Damn," you know. But transmog in Modern Warcraft is more important because people kind of want to fill a power fan. Like, Modern Warcraft is really just like solo leveling. It's kind of slop. The story's not really there, but like, man, it's hype moments and aura. You do feel strong as a Modern Warcraft character. Whereas like vanilla Warcraft, this version. I've been saying modern and vanilla. Have I like sorry to say explain, just like default to explain. I've been saying vanilla and modern, but I need to clarify, like, this is the version of the game that was out 20 years ago with, like, very, very, very minor tweaks. Technically, it's a rebuilt version, but it plays almost identically. Again, I've been playing this game for 27 years. Not 27, I've been playing this game for 22 years. This game is... or this version of the game that I'm playing right here is the version that, like, essentially came out back in 2004, right? And then the versions that you can play other than that are, they have the version from Pandaria. I want to say that's 2012, 2013. Somebody can fact check that if they care. That one's just going through every expansion sequentially, and, like, really, who's playing Pandaria? I'm sorry. I don't, like, no hate to the pandas, but... man, I don't understand why they continued Classic past, like starting with Cataclysm. Because what happened is, in 2009 or 10 or something like that, they said, we don't like this old world leveling system that's so iconic, and we don't like the fact that you have to, you know, spend 60 levels leveling through here, and then 10 levels through Outland, and then 10 levels through... Wrath of the Lich King. So we're gonna make for the new expansion, we're gonna make it so that we revamp the leveling system, and it's gonna update, and basically the elemental apocalypse has happened worldwide, and Deathwing has returned, and blah blah blah. Like, okay, that's cool, but essentially they just took every single zone and gave it a new quest line and a couple new features sometimes, and then said that you can fly between them on flying mounts, and that's the point that vanilla stopped being, or sorry, Warcraft stopped being, like, classic. But so in modern Warcraft, the quests that I'm doing, in fact, all the quests that I'm doing, don't exist anymore. They have remade versions of some of them, like the Romeo and Juliet quest. I'm pretty sure is still in. I'm pretty sure Gold Dust Exchange and Cobalt Candles and a few of these are still in. But they revamped, like, the starting zone. All the Defias have been replaced with orcs coming down from the Burning Steppes, Blackrock orcs from the Blackrock Mountain, or, like, they caged off the mine for some reason, just, like, you can't go in there anymore. I don't know. And then they have, like, more cuts, like, in-game cuts, and I say cutscenes, scripted events, that's the word. They have more scripted events, and blah, 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 blah. I'm not a fan of Modern Warcraft storytelling. I'm not a fan with Modern Warcraft in general, except that it feels like a fun power fantasy ARPG, and the recent story has been okay. So I will play through the recent story and then probably never touch it again until the next patch. But vanilla Warcraft, you know, that's when the game felt like a world. Like, I'm not... This isn't Andrew playing a character. This is Pemâloe the rogue, right? That's who this guy is. I don't know how late I'm going to go today. Thanks to you, we know the Fargo Deep Mine. Now explore the Jasper Lode Mine. Yep, we'll do that later. I do want to go eventually to Ironforge. I think we wait for Ironforge until... Marshal Dugan? Okay. I think we wait for Ironforge until we have level 10 so that we can dual wield. Guard Thomas. I know where he is. He's way over here. I just killed a chicken. I hope that's not bad. I hope you guys don't hate me forever now. That I'm gonna do. Okay. So he has a quest that he wants us to go into Stormwind. I'm gonna go do that now. Because I want to pick up my professions and start... I think we take herbalism. I think we take skinning and herbalism and we just make money. Because, like, I could take, like, herbs and alchemy and we can make potions, but you can't really, like... I don't know. I tried the potion thing on my first character and he felt so, like... Excuse me. It felt so, like, weak. Let's buy some food. I don't want too much, because we still heal relatively fast outside of combat for being so low level. Only important stuff. Yeah, we're fine. I am close to 8. This bag of marvels, by the way, it's the most, like, broken consumable item in the game, and you can't get it anywhere else except from this one quest. So once that quest is done and you have the 10 charges, you're done. But basically it just makes them, like, unable to hit. Right? Not unable. It reduces their chance to hit by 25%, and that works all the way up to level 60. So if I'm ever in a pinch, I'll just, like, click on it. My nose itches so bad. Hold on. Ow. My goodness. Okay. So I'm going to run up here into the city. For the first reason is because I need to pick up these... Where is it? Shipment to... Why am I know exactly what it is. Shipment to Stormwind. I need to pick up these rockets. You would think, oh, why not get the Oil of Olaf that increases armor? Why not get the Elixir of Lying Strength? Increases strength by 4 for 1 hour. These rockets are so broken. The way that mob tagging works, right? If you have 2 mobs that are red next to each other, red named, and you throw a dagger at one of them, because I got my daggers here, right? If I throw a dagger at one of those mobs, the other one will leash with the first one, but he is tied to the first one. So for as long as either of them is in combat with me, the other one is also still in combat. And if I leave combat with one, then the other will also deleash. However, if you tag 2 enemies at the same time, say through an AoE explosive rocket, then both of them will come at you separately from each other. So then what I can do is I can gouge one of them, run away while attacking the other one, continue to kite the other one. Eventually the first one that I gouged will unstun, run towards me, and then de-aggro. But because his aggro is independent from the other guy, as opposed to when they're linked, because his aggro is independent, I can keep attacking the other guy, and so I can essentially turn any pack of 2 enemies next to each other into 1 enemy. You could do this on mages without the rocket, you could do this on hunters without the rocket, but you can't do it on rogues and warriors and paladins without the rocket. In fact, you can't do any ranged pulling without, or on the paladin. So this rocket is really good for a lot of reasons, and that's one of them. What does this guy want? Wine shop advert. Take this pamphlet, bring it to my sister Suzetta at our shop. Sure. Let's go to the wine shop. It's free experience. I think I get a bottle of wine that I can vendor. They do have alcohol in this game, and it's so useless what it does. It literally just, like, makes you swerve back and forth while you're moving, and it blurs your screen. And even better, people don't know this, it actually makes the levels of enemies appear lower than they are. So you go out into the world and you want to attack some, like, level 10 guy, and I'm level 10, right? Well, it turns out he's actually level 12, and then you get your ass handed to you. And that's like, you know, oh, you're overconfident. I'll show you what it looks like. That's just one bottle, but... You know, I just have my hand on the thing, just walking straight, but you can see I'm starting to... Well, I guess you can't really see. But I am starting... I can feel the turning. See, I'm walking straight, but I'm running into this wall. Or if I do it again... It's very light. Like, I'm not going to get a lot of effect from it early. But anyway. There's also a message in chat that you can't see. It says, "You feel tipsy. We." Yippee. This is also where I'm going to sell stuff on the auction house. Like I said, this is mostly self-found. But I'm still going to sell stuff because it makes me money. I'm also just going to use the add-ons because I don't really care much about the main way. Keep hold of those. Now we are going to... Okay, so... I know I want skinning. So I'm going to run to the skinner and learn skinning. The more you drink... Yeah, the more you... If you drink a lot, I'm not going to spend money on it in this version. In fact, I don't actually like alcohol in game. I mean, I don't like alcohol in real life either, but like in game, I just don't... Like, it's a cosmetic thing. But I don't like it in hardcore, especially because sometimes you forget that you drank a bottle, and then you go out into the world and you find, oh shit, the enemy that I'm fighting, they're stronger than I thought because I drank this thing that makes them look like they're a couple levels lower than they actually are. It's supposed to be like a commentary on the hubris of drinking, but also it's kind of funny because there's a lot of alcohol in this game. There's an entire holiday. They have Oktoberfest in this game, but like it's they call it Brewfest, and it's just a whole holiday where you just drink just alcohol. Anywho, what am I missing? What am I missing? All right. Do I want herbalism for my second one? I think I do. I think I just want to make money. Herbalism's kind of shit money, but I think we're just gonna go and... Because the herbs are so plentiful, but also I don't want to deal with mining and smelting. I'm going to do that on my other character. So you see, I just learned skinning. There's a couple professions in the game. Some of them are gathering, some of them are production. So I know skinning, and presumably I could either pick up another gathering profession, which I am, which will allow me to pick flowers. Right now I can, you know, skin skins, but the other one allows me to pick flowers. I forgot where the herbalist is in... No, I know where they are. And then, aside from those professions, there are also secondary professions. So you have like the skinning, which you can use the skins to make, you know, what are those called? You can use the skinning with leatherworking to make armor and to make other, you know, accessory skinning stuff. Or you can use the ore from mining to make weapons and armor, right? And you can use with blacksmithing. And then you can use the herbs to make alchemy, like potions and stuff. And then they have tailoring, which allows you to turn these linen cloth that you pick up from the world into dresses for mages, mostly. And then they have production professions, which are like I said, the tailoring, the blacksmith and whatever. They have one that's called enchanting, and it's technically a production profession, but it's really weird. You mostly pair it with tailoring, because tailoring doesn't require a gathering profession. I can't talk. So you don't have to go out into the world and like learn how to... But anyway, because you could just go out into the world and get this cloth, I already have 24 of it, they pick up tailoring so that they can make stuff with that cloth, and then they pick up enchanting so they can disenchant, essentially turn into dust, those dresses that they make with tailoring, and then use the dust to enchant gear with better stuff. I've decided to go with 2 gathering professions, just because, you know, they're useful. and they make me money. There are also secondary I can't talk, man. There are secondary professions, and those secondary professions are first aid, cooking, and I don't know why I started counting and then stopped. First aid, cooking, and fishing. And fishing is a time-intensive minigame that isn't even fun. It's literally just you throw a line out, and then in a random area in front of you, there's a bobber, and you gotta click on it when it makes a noise, and then you just do that forever. You can cheese it, but it's still, you're sitting there and just kind of waiting for like 30 seconds at a time. But cooking is going to be useful because you can make food with buffs. So we're going to eventually, I think I'm going to off-stream grind out cooking later before I do this again. Here I am skinning. I think I could skin a cow too. Oh yeah, and I love how like inconvenient this game is. That genuinely makes it more fun to me. This game is so inconvenient. You could just randomly fail. Like you're trying to pick a flower and you fail. You could just do that. It happens. Whatever. We're gonna track herbs so I can see them on the map. I don't want to deal with those guys. I know this young wolf has a mom. There's the mom. I don't want to deal with the mom. So I'll keep skinning these little rabbits. And honestly, like you can see, the buyout price on these are pretty low, 9 copper. And the vendor price is already 7, so I think I'm just going to sell them. But you see this guy with the flaming sword? That's what you can do with enchanting. You can make flaming swords, or, you know, swords with lifesteal or whatever. Or you can make, you know, bracers with extra health. Like, really, it has a lot of options. So yeah, enchanting's weird because it's technically a production profession, but even like the way that it works just feels different in ways that I can't describe quickly. We are going to do a little on-stream grinding today, though. I'm going to subject you guys to it, because I know that this is, like, the most optimal... What am I down here for? Most optimal way to do it. But we want to cook, right? We want to learn how to cook, and we want to make that food that is good for the soul. Literally, it increases your stamina and spirit, right? Not this food. This food makes nothing. But we can at least turn these chunks of boar meat that we now have into food. What I'm going to do for this stream... In fact, I think I'm going to do all of Elwyn. Except... I don't know. I'm definitely going to get us to Eastvale. I don't know if I'm going to continue after Eastvale, but I'm going to get us to Eastvale Logging Camp. Unless I die, of course. I'm going to train fishing while I'm over here as well. Just get that out of the way. I'm not going to do fishing today, but I am going to train it. Oh yeah, this is one of the weirdest places in the world. Oh, you can skin up. You can learn how to skin over here. I didn't know that. This is one of the weirdest places in the World of Warcraft, because I think at like 7 a.m. or something, so a bunch of kids come up here, and then they go into like this room, and then they make like they do a seance. Okay, I can't jump down. And it's only once per day, and it's never explained, and like it's just a fun little thing that can happen. I'm gonna go pick this flower too. By the way, because all my higher level characters died, we are the highest level character that I have. We are currently playing my highest level character on the Alliance on this server. I think I'm somewhat convincing myself to go play Horde again, now that I'm not constrained by anything. But like, I do have that 50 gold. But like, I love the Horde. The Horde is so much better. So what's my plan, right? 50 stringy wolf meat. 50. I know I said in the description that I don't want to follow any guides, right? But I know for a fact this is on the guide, like the speedrun guide. If you wanted to speedrun Warcraft, you right now you get 50 of these wolf meats. And the reason you do that now is because, number one, they're easy to do. Number two, you're going to have a lot of wolves between here and when you do some quests over here. And I'm picking up none so far, so we're already off to a fantastic start. Maybe I don't do that this stream. We'll see. We'll see where I go. But these wolf meats, why do they give me wisdom? I'm a rogue. Get out of here. Oh, if you see these big icons on the bottom right, I have an add-on. It's technically DBM, which is like an add-on, or not DBM, Weak Auras, which is like an add-on within add-on. It's like Weak Aura is just visual stuff that you can put on the screen and you can trigger like when they show. I have a Weak Aura that specifically triggers for Paladin buffs, as well as Warrior's Battle Shout and a couple other like important buffs, so that I know if they're up, and so that if I am that class, I can see that they're up and see if they're not up, more importantly, and then apply them if they are up. So like Battle Shout has a 2-minute timer, and if I see that timer is running out, I can Battle Shout again as a warrior. We got our first of 50 wolf meats. I had one at 58, which is 2 levels from maximum. He was my highest. It really sucks. I got the best in slot pet. He was a hunter. I got the best in slot pet in the game. Like, it's called Broken Tooth. It's a rare out in the Badlands. It's on an 8-hour timer, and I saw somebody else going for it. Broken Tooth is broken. He has the fastest attack speed in the game. He's the only animal in the game with the fastest attack speed. And I keep saying he, but I named it Kyla. So I had Kyla, the mountain lion, I guess, or like the Badlands cougar, I think it's what it's called. Like the model. But it's a 1.0 attack speed, and you want that high attack speed because more attacks per second means more chances to crit. More chances to crit means more procs of a certain talent in the Beast Mastery tree. And then also, it just happens to... I mean, it's a cat, which is the highest like damage thing anyway, even without the 1.0. With the 1.0, it is the highest damage. And then 1.0 is also useful because there's a mechanic called spell pushback, where if you're casting a spell that has a cast time, and somebody attacks you, then you get pushed back for, like, you get your casting pushed back by a percentage of its current, like, completion. So, like, you know, if I'm at 50%, or if I'm at 100%, it's like... Well, obviously nothing, but if I'm at 50%, it gets pushed back by, like, I don't know, 10%. If I'm at 25%, it gets pushed back by... And maybe it's just an amount, but whatever it is, it gets pushed back. So as your cast timer is going up, if you get attacked while your cast timer is filling up, it pushes back a little bit every time you're attacked. So obviously, if you're attacked at a 1.0 attack speed, then you're getting a lot more... spell pushback, and so it trivializes casting mobs. It's also good in PvP for that reason, because, you know, mages, a lot of their damages, and mages are really good in PvP, so a lot of their damage is based on, you know, that bar filling up. But yeah, he was my highest. I had another at... Honestly, I haven't gotten that high, but I've had like 5 or 6 characters reach level 20. It's like level 20 is when the game really like peaks. Let's say level like 17 to 18 is when the game really peaks in difficulty from a hardcore perspective. You are going to start dying at that point if you weren't before. And you have to be really careful. You got to start attacking things that are like under level from you. The last time I died at level 20, I was level 18 actually. I know that exactly because I had an item that I was waiting for. I got killed by a fireball from a thing from an enemy that was attacking me, even though my party member was attacking it. Like, it just stopped, or it never, like, changed targets, and so it just kept attacking me, even though, like, it shouldn't have. It was kind of impossible. And so I tried to run out of its range, but I didn't get out in time, and my party member didn't pull aggro in time, so I died. Whatever. I shouldn't have been doing that quest anyway. It was a little too high level for me. There was another time that, one of the times I died, I was trying to go to, Darkshore. And I was trying to go there through... There's a way that you can jump up through these mountains. No, these mountains up here. And down into the ocean of the wetlands. Oh, okay, hold on. I think we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Hold on. Give me a chance to gouge because I just pulled somebody else. I just run. This gets harder to do in later levels, just running like this, because they will start dazing you, and so you have to do like this. But that's fine. We can just run away until they de-release. Yeah, we just run. Bye! Just wait, yep. So, like, level 10, the game gets a lot easier. And then level 17, the game gets a lot harder. And then it gets hard until, like... I think there's a threshold that's different for every class. Honestly, 25 for mages, you're free. Like, you are level 60, essentially. Unless you're just bad. Paladins, they actually never have a downtime that's bad. Paladins are completely free from 1 to 60. It's just they take a long time. They are so slow. Paladins do no damage, but they take no damage, so whatever. Shamans are... Okay. I don't want this. Shamans are actually similar to Paladins, except that they do a lot of damage until 40, and then after 40 they become this, like, unkillable, but also... they can't do any damage back. Rogues get easier at 30 because they get Vanish and they can just turn invisible. 30-minute cooldown, and I think it requires a reagent, but it immediately, like, it drops combat, turns you completely invisible, meaning, like, for, like, because if I'm stealth, I can walk up to somebody, and if I walk close enough, they'll see me and attack me. Vanish for like 5 seconds or something, you get enhanced stealth, so you can't be detected, and so you vanish and then you are able to run away. It also drops all like movement impairing effect. It's just such a broken ability. That's why it's on a 30-minute cooldown. So if you're patient on Rogue after 30, it's free. Hunters, if you're patient on Hunter, it's free starting at 10 because you get your pet. And pets are broken for a myriad reasons, but the main reason that pets are broken is because you can have, like, if you're good, you can, you know, let's say I'm attacking this guy, I can tab that guy, have him attack the other guy, and have him attack, you know, have my pet attack this guy, tab to this guy, have my pet attack this guy, and then I run away, right? And they won't attack me if I haven't attacked them, but they will attack my pet. And so for the same reason, I guess, technically Warlocks, but Warlocks imps die really fast, and Warlocks and Voidwalkers are, like, they don't scale either. I could just keep going through here. I probably should, but, I don't know. Like I said, I do want these meats. But we can get more later, so I think we can start moving over. Defias to my left and a pack of wolves to my right. If you ever see these little, like, hovels right here, they always have a bunch of wolves in them. I'm trying to think what else. I guess priests are kind of free, but you have to be willing to just, like, auto attack with a wand for most of it so that you can save your mana for healing yourself. Again, like, they're slow. I think technically every class is free. Let's be entirely real. you could just never do a quest that's dangerous, and you could just keep grinding, like, mobs that have a green level. You see how this guy's a green level? That means that he's three or more levels below you, and then at, like, I want to say 5 or 6 levels below you, it turns gray, and you don't get experience from them anymore. Green, you still get some experience, but not a lot. So you could just, like, technically speaking, hardcore is free if you're willing to be really, really slow and just kill green mobs from 1 to 60. Or I guess from 5 to 6, or 3 to 60, 4 to 60, 4 to 60. That's the number, 4. So if you did want to be slow, you could just grind green mobs from 4 to 60 and you'll never die. But you'll also just be really, really slow. There are also a lot of quest rewards, especially starting at like even level 20, but especially level 30, that have rewards that will last you for a dozen or more levels, and sometimes will last you to endgame. There are multiple level 40 quests that drop trinkets that are just like worth doing even at level 60 because trinkets are so rare. This equipment slot, you'll see fresh level 60s that don't have either filled, or like they'll only have the loofah, which clears a bleed effect. Like, that's useless. But there are trinkets that like do damage, there are trinkets that heal, there are trinkets that have like passive effects that do whatever, there are trinkets that, in fact, a lot of the like fun gimmick items in vanilla Warcraft ended up being like trinkets. That changed down the line. They just became toys. They added a toy thing. In Season of Discovery, which I think still is my favorite game mode, so long as it's actively being produced, and it's not, so it's not my favorite game mode anymore, but in Season of Discovery, they've added toys to the keyring, because it's an infinitely sized bag that can only be filled with certain keys, you know, certain objects that drop from the world that are coded to that bag. So you can have, like, infinite Shadowforge keys in here, I think. Oh, maybe Shadowforge keys go in your real bag. I don't remember. But whatever. I think Kolkar Booty Key might go into the keyring. Now I'm not remembering. Because some keys just don't go in the keyring. The keyring is for... I don't think the Kolkar Booty Key does, and I don't think the Shadowforge Key does either, because I think... No, the Shadowforge Key does. The vault keys don't, because the vault keys are consumed. If the key is consumed, it stays in your regular bag until consumed. If the key is not consumed, it goes in the keyring, unless it's Season of Discovery, because they have some toys that also go in the keyring, and those toys might turn you into a different character model for like 5 minutes or something like that. Anyway, I have like a slew of characters that died at like the level 20 range, and then I have even more characters that died at like the level like 12 to 18 range. But then after that, it's honestly a straight shot to 60, unless you're stupid like me. The way that I died, I was up here in Winter Spring, this zone up here. There's a region down here. Down here are demons. I haven't been there, or I wasn't there, I guess I should say, because I can't be there ever again. He died. But right around here, there's a gorge. A lot of people die by falling off the gorge. I did not, thankfully. But I did die on the edge of the gorge because I was greedy. Oh, my bad. I was greedy and I was picking up giant poop and for a quest that I didn't even need to do. And the giants spawn, or not even spawn. They were already there. I knew the giants were there, but I just walked up and like had my pet attack them, but they killed my pet way too quickly while I was trying to pick up their poop. And so I feigned death as a hunter, which is like their get out of jail free card, where they could just pretend to die and then all enemies around you will de-aggro. Well, they de-aggroed, but also they de-aggroed and then stood in my way to get out from where I was, and so I just tried to run past, but they both pulled on me and then I died. I mean, they're elites. They were like level 60 elites. I was level 58. And an elite is... I forget the exact number, but they are like a multiplier stronger than other characters of their level. Just, they have them at elite because they're meant to be group content for that level, and they give... Granted boosted, but they give you an amount of experience that's different from what their, like, strength increase would be. Okay, hold on. This guy's going to be a little scary. I think we're fine, but we do have to be careful on these dudes. We have to make sure to pull one at a time. Casters at low levels start becoming your first problems. Casters and Murlocs. Murlocs being a blanket term for anything that like can swarm. So if you have a bunch of them around each other, so technically kobolds are a Murloc in this case, but if I pull that Geomancer, I just keep running. Yeah, I pulled that Geomancer. Okay, I just keep running. You can see his he deletion and then like a tick, a game tick later. I say game tick. I'm using OSRS terms, except it doesn't even like equate to the OSRS term, but there's like a refresh rate on certain like statuses, I guess, like states of existence. There's a refresh rate on like aggro, and so it's every like second or something like that. They check to see if they are out of the aggro tether range. They check to see if they, you know, all the other checks that would make them de-aggro. You get a feel for it. I want that flower, but like I'm never getting past those two. And in fact, this is where we're going to use this. We are safe to attack this guy. This is one of the benefits of Rogue, I guess, is stealth. It's also one of the downsides because it's really not as strong as people think. Like, you'll see how close I'll get to this guy before he starts attacking me. Is pretty close. In fact, it's really close. I guess I remember it being a little worse, but he made a noise. There was a noise, and you heard it. Maybe you didn't hear it, but there was a noise. If you tap the back arrow like twice, and you'll hear a noise when I'm up close to him. I did pick up another pouch, so we have 2 bags now. That's good. This backpack can never go away. I don't really know why they coded it like that, but you always have this. In fact, I do know why, because they always want you to have an inventory. Because the game kind of breaks if you can't access items. I'm gonna let these guys just kill everything in front of me. Yeah, you guys have fun, bro. I need to just walk up to, like, the top of this little... Yep, there we go. Not even the top. It's just the bottom of that little ridge, and then you get everything, and you can leave. Good. So now I have one more quest. Ignore all these exclamation points here. Those are off of an item that you can pick up. So you can pick up this... the schedule for the collector, I guess. Who is this Defias guy that's a collector of, like, debts or something. I don't know. So ignore all those that are also next to, like, a little circle that I know is a bag, but you can't really see that it's a bag, so it's just a circle. But there is... Also ignore those, I guess, for the same reason. But there are these quests, and we are going then in that direction. And once we're level 10 or so, we'll go do Princess as well. I kind of wish I played Warrior. It would fit into the blacksmith theme a little better, and then we can actually like be a blacksmith. And that'd be kind of funny and cool. But I'm already playing a Warrior as like my main. And in fact, I'm going to do all these quests again, not tonight, but eventually soon. Because it is a human. And I say as my main, again, she's level 2. She's a level 2 character, but I'm definitely going to play that character. Until I die either at 17 or 20, or somehow get higher, and then like actually do well. I like playing Warrior, but one of the things that's I like about hardcore that we're not going to experience with this character is that it kind of feels like a roguelite with meta progression. Because I have an auction house character. That's this guy, Bankcore, right? He's a dude that I can send all of my money to, and just he sits in the city. He's literally a level 1 character. He sits in the city where he's safe. I can send him all of my money, and then he just stays there. In fact, I send him my auctions too, so instead of like running to the auction house and listing them and then waiting for them to come back in the mail and blah blah blah, I just send all my stuff to that one guy. He lists all the auctions. He, takes down all the auction. He does all my player market stuff essentially. It's kind of like the old school RuneScape equivalent of having like an alternate character that you can send stuff to in like a mail system, that all he does is sit at the Grand Exchange. I need to run. That's the equivalence. Okay, run. We are fine. We're not going to die. Yeah, we're not going to die. I didn't realize we started running into the level 8. The higher level wolves. These guys are higher level. They're going to hit hard. Anyway. So I have that guy, Bankcore. He sits in one place and he gathers all the money. And so hardcore Warcraft has, at least to me, become a, meta progression type of game, where I can use the rewards that I have left over from my last character and spill them over to the next character. Except I've been spending so much money on new characters recently that I went from 200 gold to here. Because every time I make a warrior, I want to give them a flaming sword from level 5 to level 10, give them a different flaming sword from level 10 to level 15, give them a level 15 sword that will keep them sane and powerful until level 18 or so, and then level 18 or so I give them an even better flaming sword, and it's always got to be a flaming sword because I gotta fork over for enchants, and it's been costing me a lot of money, a lot of in-game money. So I don't know what I'm going to do for this next character. Luckily, the flaming swords at level 5 and at level 10, you can resell them on the auction house. You can't do that for most items. Usually when you buy an item that's like powerful, it's a bind on equip, and we'll see a couple of those eventually. But essentially, once you equip them, they become soulbound, or sometimes they're bind on pickup, and so as soon as you pick them up, they become soulbound. And when they're soulbound, you can't do anything with them, except wear them, put them in the bank, keep them in your inventory, or sell them. In fact, we might have a soulbound item from like a quest reward. No, we don't. But you can see like this bag of marbles is soulbound, so I couldn't like get this bag of marbles and then trade it to another player. And notably, that is important, because these bags of marbles are really broken. I think my favorite class in vanilla is warrior. They are kind of bad for leveling, like they're really hard, and you have to attack mostly lower level mobs, because if you attack anybody higher, then they just like kill you. Like, you would think, oh, they have plate armor, so they're tanky, but really what it is they have plate armor, but they don't have any, like, escape tools, like rogues have vanish, and hunters have feign death, and paladins have their bubbles, and whatever else. Warriors have nothing, like, literally nothing, to get out of combat, except for, like, a single slow. They don't get stuns, they don't get, like, a heroic leap is what they get in later expansions, where they jump and they could like jump to any target location around them. Yeah, warriors get nothing in vanilla to escape. So if I'm attacking like the Grey Forest Wolf, and then suddenly another Grey Forest Wolf comes at me and starts attacking me too, as a rogue past level 30, I can press vanish and I'm fine. But as a warrior, I just gotta run and hope that they don't kill me before they de-aggro. Warriors have a hard time going into caves too, for similar reasons. It's like you can't really just like run through the cave. But I love their gameplay loop. I say gameplay loop, it's just pressing the same buttons over and over again. In fact, it's kind of the same buttons, because I would just be spamming hamstring here instead of what I'm spamming now. And instead of spending combo points on Eviscerate, I would be starting the combat with Rend. But other than that, there's not much difference. I just, like, oh man. Playing a rogue until 10 is so bad. This is so boring. I like yapping and I'm not dying, so that's good, but, like, once we hit 10, man, we gotta beeline over to Goldshire and get some money. I forgot to set my Hearthstone there, so I think we're gonna... I do want my Hearthstone there. I think we're going to run back. We're going to sell. I'm okay with this. This is an okay trade. We'll get the last Crystal Kelp Fond on the way. And then we'll sell so we have inventory space again. And then we will set our Hearthstone. So, Crystal Kelp Frond, Vendor, Hearth. Or set the Hearth. And then run back out here. You can see all this time that I spent, like, killing wolves up in this patch, I could have just followed the road. I'd be perfectly fine. There are no enemies on the road. In fact, there's a traveling salesman. I could just Vendor to him if I didn't already have a plan. That I have to go back, because I have to get Hearthstone set. I wish I could use this mallet right now, because it is a one-handed hammer and it would fit the theme. But we don't have mallets training yet. We don't have the ability to use hammer yet. So that costs 10 silver and it's in the dwarf city, and I don't feel like going all the way over there yet. It's pretty far. I am so sick of doing no damage. We'll get there eventually, but like, damn. Murloc. That's the only mob in the game that's just called a Murloc. Everything else is like, the Murloc puddle jumper, coastal runner, you know? Or they'll have like their, excuse me, like their tribe of Murlocs, so it'll be like crystal puddle jumper or something. There are very rarely just like Quilboar or Murloc or Kobold or something. But in this case, there is one called Murloc. Ah! I forgot that I used to put my stealth on Control Q. There we go. So now I can do this. I used to have, so in Season of Discovery, they ported one of the abilities from later expansions called Shadow Step. And that's you... I don't remember if it's you are invisible or you turn... No, it is you turn invisible. No. If you are invisible, you teleport behind them. That's what Shadow Step does. That's all it does. It's a movement ability. and you can, like, it doesn't share the global cooldown. You see that every time I use an ability. Well, not stealth, and that's the important part. But every time I use an ability, it puts all of my abilities on a short cooldown. You can see it happen. Like right now. Boom. You see? Aside from Sinister Strike. Apparently Sinister Strike starts the global cooldown, but does not end it. That's cool. But you can see, like, every time I use an ability, there's that little circle, a little loading bar on all of the abilities. And I think it's 0.25 seconds, to be exact. But stealth doesn't apply the global cooldown. There are a couple other abilities that don't apply the global, or that aren't affected, I guess is what it's called, by the global cooldown. So I could, technically speaking, have a macro that casts both Sinister Strike and stealth at the same time. The only problem is there's literally zero reason to do that unless I'm attacking mobs that don't aggro. I'm here to tell you now that, like, every enemy in every zone from level 40 on is, maybe even 30, has a red name. They will attack you. So we're going to turn in these quests. We're going to see what else they give us. Then we're going to run out to the logging camp. He wants us to do Westbrook Garrison. We will go there eventually. That's the mailbox. I'm not going to use that. There is that. He can do whatever that is for a second. I think we keep the leather and stuff. Which kind of sucks because I'm realizing now that with this sort of self-found thing that we're doing, I can't just send them to my auction house character like I said I was doing on other characters. I can't just mail it to somebody and have them list it for me. I have to do it myself. It's a little unfortunate, but we can manage. Make this in your home. So I'm not going to display it now, or not display it. What am I? That was weird. I'm not going to show it now, but this Hearthstone item, you get it from level 1, and it takes you back to wherever you spawn. So in this case, it would have been Northshire Abbey. And then at any inn in the world, if they have that little Hearthstone symbol, at least in Questy, but at any inn in the world, you can set your Hearthstone there. I could have sworn there was one over here, but whatever. You can set your Hearthstone there, and then instead of teleporting back to where you were born, I guess, you can teleport back to whatever zone you go to, or whatever inn you set it to. And so if I go over here, if I wanted to, I could, Hearth, and then after that cast time, I would go back to Goldshire, right where we picked it up. That's like the only method of instantaneous fast travel in the game, aside from mage portals, and mage portals can only be used by mages, take you to one of your faction's capital cities, and the mage has to be either next to you, or you have to be the mage. So mages get instant fast travel around the world, and it's really cool and awesome and super and awesome, and I'm going to get a bunch of skins over here because it's free. I guess this guy's farming boar meat either for cooking or because he might be a bot. I don't think he's a bot. I promise this isn't a racial thing, but I have to say it. Every time there's a hunter in the world and they have a pet that has a Chinese name, and usually it's a boar, you can immediately tell it's a bot. Maybe not on, obviously not on Chinese servers, maybe not on, I don't know if they still have Oceania servers, but over here in America, if they have a Chinese name, it is a bot, and they are using a bot program, and you can immediately tell. Again, it's not like a racial thing, it's just all the bots in bot programs, I should say, they were either made in China or I don't remember exactly. They might use Chinese VPNs or something to bypass Blizzard TOS. Oh, This is the end to the Romeo and Juliet quest. I guess there's one scripted event. There we go. We found a scripted event at level 8. She takes the invisibility potion and then she uses it to sneak away and go meet with Tommy Joe Stonefield, and they have presumably a million babies. Maybe even 1,000,001. Oh, this... I was wondering why this music, this, like, dark, spooky music, but it's because it's, not even Darth Duskwood, it's Jared's Landing, this weird little, like, hut on the banks of the river. You need to consume food unless starvation. Bro, isn't it, like, midnight over there? Like, 11? Eating past, what is it, 7? Is bad. Leheckin bad. If your circadian rhythm's good. If it's not good, then who fucking cares? I do have to put, like, a thing in my stomach so that I can take my pills tonight, but we can wait. It's only 9? Wait. I don't know why I thought you were west of me. I guess you're east of me. Right? Or is East Coast later? Wait, East Coast is later. You are west of me. You're on the West Coast, aren't you? I could have sworn you were West Coast, and then for some reason I thought West Coast was 1 hour later than me, but no, California is an hour earlier. I'm not saying you're in California, you might be, but I don't know. But, like, West Coast, California is there, and then I'm Mountain Time, which is now 10. Yeah, okay. So California, it's 9, Mountain Time, or Salt Lake City, it's 10. And then Chicago, it's 11. That would mean New York, it's 12. And then there are 2 more time zones, and they are the Alaskan standard whatever time zone, and then Honolulu. It's all cities except for Alaska. Because Alaska's, like, the whole state is the population of one city. That's not true, but, you know, it's funny to say. Technically, we can kill boars, too. In fact, boars are slightly better to kill than the wolves. Because the wolves' meat has, for the same, like, price, I guess, for the same cost of a single piece of meat, there's an upgraded version of this charred wolf meat that's like this spiced wolf meat or something, and that gives a buff. Your Californian airports for... Oh, okay. Okay. I'm very transparent that I live in Salt Lake City, Utah. I am transparent as a pane of glass being held up to the light. Not like directly at the light, but like being held up in the light so that you can see through it. I'm as transparent as a glass countertop while you are wearing flip-flops beneath. Also, we just leveled up. I do want to reach at least 10. I'm positively will before we end the stream. I'm thinking do all the logging camp stuff, which is relatively tedious. The problem with that is we might die doing Rolf's corpse. Or is it Rolf's corpse or is it the other corpse? I forgot. One of them is Rolf. But yeah, I've been transparent that I live in the state of Utah. I'm somewhere in the Salt Lake Valley. I've been here since 2020. I go to Weber State University, which is not somewhere in the Salt. Maybe it is, but it's in it's in Cache Valley, isn't it? I forget. It's adjacent. It's basically a Salt Lake suburb. It's just it is a Salt Lake suburb, but it was founded separately, like not as a suburb, and I only know that because in Utah, all of the cities that were at least founded by us Mormon folk have a very weird, like, street nomenclature where they set the place for the temple first when they founded the city, whatever the city's temple is. So the Ogden Temple, the Manti Temple, the Lehi, the Nephi. I don't know if there's a Nephi temple. The St. George Temple, so on and so forth. So they set the place for the temple first, and then they called that 00. They called it North Temple, South Temple, East Temple, West Temple, are the 4 streets that surround it. And then it goes out in a grid. And so I think it's a quarter mile. So, yeah, in fact, I'm positive it's a quarter mile. A quarter mile south of that, it gets changed to another street. And that street will be first, in this case, south. First south. And that's 1 city block south, or 1 city block east is first east, and 1 city block west is first west. And so we don't really have street names with names like we do, but every street name with a name is also a number. So, as an example, if you were on, 32nd South and 65th West, you would be on the streets 32nd South and 56th West. And, even better, usually it's in increments of 5. The single numbers are like neighborhoods or whatever. But even better, your address in Utah is given by your coordinate. So I'm not going to give my address, but let's say you're on your 507 South. That's 5th South, house number 7. On 324th Street, which is a suburban street. Not 324th, 320th Street, which will be like a suburban street that's 3 streets, let's say west of the temple, and then 5 streets south. So your address in Salt Lake is your distance from the Salt Lake Temple in quarter mile increments. And then that's true for Ogden, that's true for wherever. So I know that Ogden, where Weber State University is located, was founded not as a suburb to Salt Lake, even though it basically is, because it has its own streeting system. It has its own, north, south, east, west from the Ogden Temple. So there you go. Now you know how Utah geography works. Or Utah, that's not geography. Utah city grid layout works. You get something similar in places like I grew up in Phoenix. You get something similar in Phoenix, but they still have street names. I think what it is like the east-west, like, longitudes or latitude, whatever, longitudes. The east-west longitudes of, like, Phoenix are the numbers, and then they have street names. So if you were on, like, Mountain View, it's not even Mountain View Boulevard, it's just Mountain View. If you were on Mountain View, then you were on Mountain View, but you could have been on, like, 102nd East Mountain View or something like that. But yeah, Utah, all the Utah towns and cities, if they have a temple, then that's probably what happened. Okay. So now we're out here at Guard Thomas. Guard Thomas is telling us we gotta protect the frontier by killing wolves and bears. We gotta find the lost guards, wherever they are. A few days ago, he sent 2 guards, Rolf and Malachi. Well, I said Rolf's corpse earlier, so I'm sure you can figure out what happened. Rolf and Malachi to investigate along the river. They have not yet returned. To complete my report, I must know what happened to those men. Travel north, blah, blah, blah. And then report to Green Stoutmantle. He's out in the west. He's all the way out here. We're going to wait on that one. But that's what we call a breadcrumb quest, or a quest that tries to lead you to another location. Another quest line, another location, another whatever. In this case, Report to Green Stoutmantle is trying to get me out of this forest here and out into Westfall, where all the farms, I say are, but used to be. Ooh, what does that mean? We'll find out eventually, someday. Maybe in the second episode. You can see I have this little yellow sword here. That means that my durability is getting low. So every time you get hit, your armor takes a point of or not a point, but like a amount of durability that's represented by the points. And every time you deal damage, your weapon loses durability. So this is Malachi's corpse. Okay, so we gotta go find Rolf's corpse. I know that he's over there, but he's surrounded by murlocs. It's gonna be hard. I also really want to pick that flower. I'm gonna pick it right now. Right here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Ooh. That's fine. Hold on, I'm just, for some reason, scrolling through my Twitter notifications here on stream. That's why I'm so quiet. Cool. Alright, so I got a flower. It's so much easier to level skinning than herbalism. Like, look at this. I'm at 71 out of 75 already. Which, yes, it does go past 75, don't worry. But my herbalism's only at 12. That's so sad. We can get that better, but we'll worry about it later. So now I'm going to go down here and I'm going to get 2 quests. One of them is bandanas. We'll do those maybe next time. Maybe this time, because I do want to hearth back to Goldshire. And then after hearthing back to Goldshire, or after doing these quests and hearthing back to Goldshire, we can learn dual wield, and then we can pick up a second dagger. No. Okay, I know how we're going to end the stream. This is going to be a while. We might be here for another hour. So just, you know, if you're willing to stay that long, buckle up. If you're not willing to stay that long, I will not hold it against you if you leave. So the plan is, finish all the quests around here. We get the wood for the logging camp, because it's being, you know, surrounded by murlocs and evil wolves and stuff. We kill all the wolves and bears that we need to kill to protect the frontier. We need to get 6 bandanas from the Defias south of us, which, hey, the Defias, they're back. Wow, that's crazy. Why are they back? Why are there so many Defias all over? That's crazy. I wonder why. And then we will turn all those in and hearth back to Goldshire. And then after we hearth back to Goldshire, we will learn I can't do that much longer. I can only do that for 3 more daggers ever. So let's just hold on to those last 2. Yeah, there's this fun little thing that you can do. Okay. These prowlers are hitting me like crazy. There's this fun little thing that you can do to never take damage ever, so long as you're next to one of these fences or like a small fallen tree. Okay, we're gonna be safe and drink a potion. And that's to throw Like, if you have a ranged ability, you throw the ability, and then you just jump to the other side. Then you just jump to the other side. Jump to the other side. Back and forth, so on and so forth forever. You can do it on any class. If at any point we want to go to Dunmora, I don't know how to say that name still, but if we ever want to go to Dunmoru, as I used to call it as a kid, I can show you how to do it on the Amberstill Ranch guy. What's his name? Vargosh, I think. There we go. I hate how much I'm missing. That's the part that's making me angry. Except I'm not actually angry, but... Wait, I need to go repair. We can do that over here. Do I know bows yet? No. I remembered there's a bower over here. This is also the place that you buy your mount at level 40. You can go over here and you can pick up a mount, a horse mount. The horses that you can mount. And they make you faster because they're mounts. We're selling the ruined leather scraps. That's fine. You can just leave everything else. He's a lumberjack and he's okay. He sleeps all night and he works all day. Monty Python. I'm not gonna sing it. You can look it up. It's the Lumberjack song by Monty Python. It is pretty objectively funny. Keep checking chat to see if there's anything. Looks like we're good for now. Okay, so I know how to do the Murlocs, but it's gonna require some game knowledge. Luckily I have game knowledge, but it would be easier if I had a weapon that was, like, useful. You know? Instead of just a single dagger. A single low-level dagger, even. I'm kind of afraid that we're just gonna die doing it, though. So, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do it, but I do want to, like, get all the quests done. So, I think I'm gonna do the smart thing. Actually. And as soon as we hit 10... It's going to take some time, I know, I'm sorry, that I said we're going to do this other stuff. But I think as soon as we hit 10, what we're going to do instead of finishing all the quests, is just finish what's convenient. So we're not going to do Red Linen Bandana, we're not going to do Rolf's Fate. We're just going to do what's convenient. We are going to Hearth. We are going to... vendor, whatever. We are going to run to Stormwind, list auctions, train, I guess, swords, after I train dual wield, and then start dual wielding swords so that we can actually, like, you know, do something with damage, because right now this is nothing. Now, rogues, like, daggers all do less damage, but the idea, like, the trade-off is that rogues have dagger-only abilities that you can use. You saw that there's, like, a backstab. You need to have a dagger in one hand, or if you have two weapons in both hands. Like, you can't have anything that's not a dagger. By the way, here's an example. When I was talking about binds when equipped items, it's a green, so it's always going to be BOE. Bind when equip. But what that means is, if I were to be able to equip this two-handed sword that's above my head right here, that I can't because I'm a rogue, but if I were able to, then I could equip it and it would be bound to me. And then from that point on, after I've equipped it, no matter what I do, I can't trade it to another player. I can't sell it on the player trading place to other players. The only place I can get rid of it is by selling it to a vendor, which doesn't make sense conceptually. Like, how come I can sell it to a vendor but not to a player? Do vendors not have souls? Probably. Or I can sell it, or disenchant it if I was an enchanter, but I'm not. Okay. I didn't need to potion there either, but it was scary. Because enemies can crit. I didn't want to get crit. And then I took the damage anyway, so it really could have killed me. I was a critical strike chance away from dying just then. That's fun. Oh, my foot's hurting. By the way, I haven't found a single bundle of logs, which is kind of crazy because I have to get 8 of them. There's one. Okay. Took me a while. I might have missed them earlier. It is nighttime and the game gets dark at night. Wow, is that real-time day-night cycle in my 2004 MMORPG? Wow! Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, we're gonna use the first bag of marbles because I didn't realize my potions were off cooldown. I was wondering why my Sinister Strike wasn't showing properly, but I fixed it. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna do something stupid. That's not actually stupid, it's just tedious. There was an earth root back here that I couldn't pick earlier because I wasn't Herbalism 15 yet, but now I am. I don't think I saw another player around here, so I'm just gonna run back and pick it because it's almost certain to be there. Nodes don't despawn, but they do get like fill up a queue, I guess. So if the entire queue is filled, then another one can't spawn. But like out in the whole zone or whatever. So this will stay here forever, but it's not like another earth root will replace that ever on the zone respawn table. Excuse me. So like if you left a zone completely still, that's called retail World of Warcraft, where you have empty zones. Haha. Funny. If you left a zone completely empty, then let's say there's 30 possible places that like a mining node can spawn there, then they will all fill up, and then they won't despawn until either, I think, the server reset, or definitely when another player comes by and picks them up. And the server reset is every Tuesday, which, by the way, is why I'm doing this today instead of tomorrow. Because tomorrow is Tuesday. Okay. So this is the problem. Wait. Wait. Maybe. Okay, so this is the problem. There are 2 Murlocs here. Murlocs. 2 Murlocs here. And 1 there. And I cannot... Okay. We're gonna help her kill that one. And then whichever one she doesn't tag. Because you can't tag one of those without tagging the other, but now I can kill this guy. Okay, that made this so much easier. That's why this is a massively multiplayer online game, Andy. Because these Murlocs also respawn really fast. I'm just gonna run. I got the quest done. We did it. Also, this sharpened letter opener is a damage upgrade. Oh, we did it. It's a 0.1 DPS damage upgrade, but by golly gee, that's more damage than I was doing. By 0.1 DPS. Okay. We have successfully completed that quest. We'll make our way down to Thomas, searching for lumber on the way, killing any prowlers we see on the way. Or I guess 1 prowler and however many bears. I don't have a thrown weapon equipped. I need to go pick up more daggers. Because that's another thing this game has that other MMOs in the modern day don't have, and it's ammo. Every bow shot requires an arrow. Every dagger you throw requires a dagger to throw. That gnome woman is stealing my lumber. It's a sad day indeed. There's one there, but we gotta kill this guy. So let's do this. This wax stick gets less useful later, so we can use it now to make us deal more damage, because this reduces by a flat amount. This bag of marbles reduces chance to hit by 25% just always, which is, you know, enough. I need to start making bandages so I can start doing the gouge bandage trick. I don't want to spend time on the stream like not doing something like actively, but I think I'm gonna have to subject you guys to watch me make bandages for a second. Look at that! You gotta wait time to make things. There's a time investment required to make things. Wow, it's almost realistic. Again, like, this game doesn't shy away from like being inconvenient. I love that. Convenience means that you're spending less time playing the game, if you think about it. But inconvenience really makes you feel like you're a part of the game world. You don't get that from those action-y modern MMOs. Can you tell that I'm not the biggest fan of modern MMOs? It's really hard to make a game like Vanilla Warcraft and have it work in the modern day unless it's a remake of Vanilla Warcraft, which I kind of want. I want them to update Vanilla. As opposed to updating retail. I want them to add more content to this world that I'm in right now, and not the updated and expanded and further updated world of Modern Warcraft. They kind of did that. Season of Discovery was Vanilla Warcraft, mechanics, quests, everything. The one difference is that it was... Okay, so that's a quest going back to Marshall Dugan. Nice. The one difference is that it was also a they added extra abilities in that Season of Discovery mode that I was talking about. So you got a bunch of extra abilities. They added them onto runes that you got, and then like they were like you applied them to gear, but that doesn't really matter. The point is that you got like, what is it, 6 or 7 or 8 extra abilities per character. or per class, and then each of those had like a few different options. I think at the end there were a couple of them that had like 10 options and a couple that had only 3, but for each possible rune. And it sort of allowed like everybody to be really overpowered, which is fine and all, but also like vanilla is known for being an underpowered like game world. You really feel like you can't take more than one enemy at a time on most characters most of the time. And they kind of lost that with the new abilities, which kind of sucks, but it was the most fun like end game raiding experience that I've ever had. Just, you know, I wish they had focused less on end game raiding experience and focused more on like developing and expanding on the world. They added one area on the map in that game mode. There's an area over here that's accessible in later expansions, but in current like vanilla it just stops right here. But they added the whole thing, and it was really cool. They added it as like a daily quest zone, kind of, but not really. Because they didn't add dailies, which I think is a extra nice touch as well. Because vanilla didn't have dailies. Dailies is like... excuse me. Daily quests is like forced content, if you think about it. Like... It turns the game from a game into a chore. The cool thing about Vanilla Warcraft is that unless I have somebody that really wants me to raid with them this weekend, I'm in no rush to just like take my sweet ass time and level up as slow as I want. And then once I get to level 60 or whatever the max level cap happens to be in your version, like in Vanilla, you get to 60 and you're in no real like you can raid once a week if you want to, every lockout, and a lot of people do. But you could also go play a different character. You could go grind gold, or you could go work on some like really long epic quest chains or whatever. And I want them to just add more stuff to do that's not that, like just grindy quest chains. That's what I want. That would be so much fun to me. I need a few more bears. And I need 3 more bundles of wood. There's a bear. Hi, bear. Hello, bear. My posture's so bad. My foot is starting to really hurt. I should probably be looking for a new job, by the way. I put in my 2 weeks notice of my current job, because I can't stand on this foot, and, like, I keep injuring my feet working there. Because all you do is stand all day, and if you don't know, standing still, like, just standing, is actually, like, for extended periods of time, is really bad on your feet. That's why, like, you'll see people that, like, shift weight between leg to leg, and they'll get up, and they'll walk around, and they'll, like, pace and whatever. It's because just standing still is actually really bad for your feet. It's good for your back. It's good for your core. That's why standing desks are a thing. But standing desks aren't, like, proven to, like, be universally good. They're better for back and core and worse for sitting, and that's why a lot of standing desks recently, well, aside from convenience, that's why a lot of standing desks recently have also been like convertible desks, the kind that you can pick up and, you know, make into a standing desk and then set back down. Is this fun to watch? I don't think Warcraft is fun to watch, is it? Like vanilla Warcraft, there's no story being told to you. We're just fucking, we're out in the world, we're vibing, yapping. I think Warcraft is a good stream game for chill streams. I think it's kind of a bad stream game if you were expecting me to be like playing a high stakes RPG. It never gets high stakes. You'll be doing quests in Searing Gorge where they're like, we need meat for the camp. Go kill Dimetrodons, right? Or like in Ungoro Crater, We need you to go find a crate of supplies that was left at our old base camp. Like, okay. It never gets high stakes. There are quest chains that are somewhat high stakes. There's like the Onyxia Attunement quest chain, where you go around the world killing elite dragons, and then at the end you like forge a medallion that allows you to enter into the Black Dragon Onyxia's lair without dying. And then you have to raid in her dungeon, or in her raid for a couple weeks, so that you can get the Onyxia hide cloak, so that you can what was it? So that you can do BWL without dying. Yeah, this stuff's fun. I'm stealthing because I want to get past these guys and just pick up the last bundle of wood, and then we can be done with the quest for the day. Here it is. Bye. Alright, I think we have enough quests that when we turn these in, we will hit level 10. We also have a decent chunk of meat that we can cook, so that's also good. And I lied, I don't think we're hitting level 10 yet. We might have to go do red leather bandanas. We'll find out after we talk to Guard Thomas. Sorry for lying. I didn't mean to lie. I did. I lied again. I meant to lie. I love lying. Lying is my favorite thing. That was a lie. Oh. I'm gonna use this time running around to check Twitter. No. I said I'm live, and somebody said I thought you were Andrew. And I said no. Haha. It's funny because I said no. So I do in fact have to go do these. That's great. Let's go kill the Defias. We are not going to be able to do Princess. I don't think until we get level 10. It's just, it is so important to be able to dual wield. Like this is my weakest point compared to the enemies around me that I will ever be, aside from like dungeons or whatever. Like this is the absolute weakest as a rogue that I will ever be. Level 9 fighting other average level 9 enemies. Because I am a class that for the first 10 levels I cannot dual wield, and once I hit level 10 I can dual wield, and that means I am missing out on roughly half of my DPS just by being the level that I am right now. And it's not exactly like balanced, because like at level 9 you don't get anything. At level 7 you only get new abilities and passives at every 2 levels. So I might have gotten one at 8 that I just like missed because I never went back. I don't need to normally. But what that does mean now is that I'm kind of stuck waiting on stuck waiting on that one last level before I can hit my power spike. I forget exactly what these soul fragments on the ground are, but I know it has to do with hardcore specifically. I think it's after somebody dies, but after their body despawns, the soul fragment sticks around. We are going to pickpocket this Defias bandit. I pickpocketed him. Cool. What did I get? 1 copper. Ain't that nice. Also, the drop rate on these bandanas is insanely bad. We might literally be level 10 before we finish this quest. I guess we could, for like a temporary damage boost, we could go into the city, learn how to use swords, come back, use swords. But that's like, really? You know? Do all of that for a quarter of a level of, like, more convenience. I think we... Inventory's full. That's funny. Oh, that's a riot. Hee-hoo. Hee-hee. We're not going to fight any more of those guys, so we can get rid of that. We're not going to fight any more of those guys, so we can get rid of that. Cool. Stab. 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 I do like Dagger Rogue endgame. Now, granted, I have a Season of Discovery perspective, but even taking out the Season of Discovery perspective, I do like Dagger Rogue endgame. But as a human, especially when you're a rogue in endgame, you're playing swords. Because I have a racial ability that increases my skill with swords, which you haven't seen it, but every time you learn a new weapon, you have to, like, actually practice using the weapon. I have sword specialization, mace specialization. It's increased the skill by 5. And that can go over the cap, so that means that at level 60, where you have a maximum of 300 weapon skill, you can go up to 305. And the way that boss enemies work is that they're coded as, like, level, I think, 63. Even though they say a skull always, they're coded at, like, a level 63, let's say. And when you are lower level than somebody as a weapon class, it's harder for you to hit them, and when you hit them, it's more likely that you will hit a glancing blow, which is like you do less damage. But when you have your weapon skill increase as a human or as an orc, you are less likely to glance that blow when you attack them. And so as a human or orc, you are the highest DPS in the game, and technically humans would be the highest of all the DPS in the game, because swords, which humans are the only race that has a bonus in, swords are the most, like, generally highest damage end game, like, items, like individual items. There are some exceptions, like there are some axes that are good, and especially in, like, Naxxramas you can get some good one-handers, and it's always one-handers. You're always dual-wielding as a warrior or as a rogue in endgame, obviously as a rogue, but as a warrior in endgame you're always dual-wielding. That's worth no money, I know that. You're always dual-wielding because you get more rage per auto attack. Every time you auto attack, you get rage, which is what you use on abilities, and so you can use that rage and spend it to deal more damage, which gets you more rage, so that you could spend it to deal more damage, which gets you more rage, so you can spend it to do more damage. And when you have when you're dual wielding, you're just auto attacking more and more often, which ends up being a net rage generation buff compared to two-handers. But humans, for that reason, because warriors are the highest DPS endgame class in the game, human warriors are the strongest race class combo at endgame. Because they do the most damage, because they have weapon skill increase, and they have everything else. This is the princess pig that we were told to kill all the way back here in this farm. Like 2 hours ago, I guess. Was that 2 hours ago? I think it's safe to say about 2 hours ago we were told to kill this pig, but she's impossible right now. She's level 9 and she has 2 pigs that follow her, and they will attack you. This is my favorite game in the world, everybody. I like this game more than League of Legends. I like this game more than Slay the Spire 2. I like this game more than Balatro. I like this game more than Magic the Gathering. I like this game more than Dungeons & Dragons. I like this game more than... What else do I like it more than? What else do I like? Because I do like it more than everything. Every other game in the entire world, this game is better. Run! Oh! Keep running. We're safe. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We get out of here before he kills us. Way before he kills us. Yeah, that was me trying to pick his pocket. It didn't work. It is dependent on if they're facing in front of you, like towards you or away from you, I guess. I wish I could make this more Pemâloe themed right now. Like, I wish I could... But then again, like... I am my own person doing my own stream, and I'm technically not affiliated with anybody, so... Even though I want this old Pemâloe guy to... You know, this to be like a theme challenge or whatever, I'm not willing to sit around and wait to learn how to use maces. I don't have a dagger, but I wonder if I can, like, pull her? By walking up kind of close. There we go. And then I run this direction and I find, yep, they are not pulled. So I can just get her and only her. That's cool. Can I kill you, please? Hello? Lady. Okay. Okay. Eviscerate, 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 come on. Okay. Yeah, so I guess unless you're specifically Frostbolt spamming, which is slow, like warriors are the best 1 to 10 class because they just do so much compared to the other classes, and then after that it's just kind of they fall off. Mages, you can Frostbolt spam. It doesn't do as much damage as like Fireball, but like they'll never touch you because you're slowing them with Frostbolt, you know. But they have to also stop and drink after every combat, which is just not fun. They have to drink to regenerate their mana. Warriors, technically they have to do that for their health, but it tends to be a lot faster. I guess we killed this bear. Hello, bear. I am going to kill you now. You want me to like do this and jump around and in Season of Discovery they took away like the weapon skill requirement, and I thought that was kind of cool. So everybody could have +5 weapon skill to any weapon type. And I liked that, but I don't like it as an evergreen feature. I kind of like certain races just being better than others. That's like the whole point of vanilla, is that, you know, your character is different from you in so many ways. Like, if I am a Tauren, I should do less damage and be a bulkier guy than, like, an orc, you know? It just makes sense. A Tauren is a big cowman. It's a minotaur, essentially. It's a Native American minotaur in this game, because they're all Native American for some reason. I think they might be my favorite race. I don't know. They don't have a lot of lore. They're literally just like... in Modern Warcraft, we find out that they're descended from, like, a common ancestor of a lot of the other, like, bovine humanoids. But... like, there are yak people and buffalo people and moose antlered cow people. and you find out that they're all descended from the same people in modern Warcraft, but in vanilla Warcraft, before they defined that lore, and I think that that's important because they had a different intention with a lot of the lore in this game. One example being there are werewolves in this game. They were intended to be aliens from a planet that was actually winning against the Burning Legion, which is rare across the Twisting Nether. We are the only other one that we know of that does that. And so they were supposed to be aliens, and it was like an alien pathogen that can infect humans and make them turn into werewolves also. Right? Well, that was what was intended in vanilla World of Warcraft, and then in later we found out, oh no, they're just like guys from the other side of the like druid realm, the evil side of the druid realm, and you can't, I don't know. They do a lot of retconning. And even though that one wasn't like technically a retcon, it was just like it was intended like that and then never got into the full game. It's kind of interesting to see like where the lore would have gone if they had kept with the world as we knew it in vanilla. Because as soon as Burning Crusade hit, like a lot of people say, oh, I love classic Warcraft, I love that nostalgic feel, and you don't really get that past Wrath of the Lich King. I don't think I get that past vanilla. I think vanilla Warcraft is like the last time that I felt like my character was a part of a world that like felt distinct from the current one. WoW retcon never. No, they. A lot of the time, I will defend them. I'll defend them as far as to say they don't actually retcon a lot of the time. They recontextualize, or they add to lore in like ways that add like either new or differing perspectives. So like they will add and they will recontextualize, but very rarely will they flat out change things. Unfortunately, the times that they flat out change things are Shadowlands, you know, like entire expansions sometimes. But I don't know if you missed it, like the Worgen. I found this out recently from like some development thing that I found out. The Worgen were meant to be like like a pathogen from an alien world populated by Worgen, and it was the only other world in like the Twisting Nether that we know of that was winning against the Burning Legion, that had like fought and was in battle with and continuously winning against the Burning Legion. And so they were Aragorn, the guy in Shadowfang Keep, was supposed to be pulling the Worgen like pathogen curse from that world and bringing it into ours because it was powerful. Not because it would beat the Legion necessarily, but because it was powerful. And that never made it to retail, or rather, that never made it to World of Warcraft at all. It was hinted at in like one book ever in the entire game, but it was never, like, they just recontextualized it to say, oh no, what he meant was he pulled it from the Emerald Nightmare or whatever it was. Which is like, okay, that's cool. But like, I always, like, I don't know if you're a fan of vanilla versus retail lore, Dan IRL, but go check out like Jedi Warlock right now. Go like I don't care if you have to pause my stream for it. I don't care if you never come back. Go to Jedi Warlock, one word, on YouTube. He is a lore YouTuber that specializes in vanilla. Like, not like Platinum WoW, who looks at the lore as it is in all versions. I mean, he is... This Jedi Warlock guy, he specializes in classic and specifically vanilla lore. Oh, Jesus. I couldn't tell that was you. But yes. Go check out Jedi Warlock. Surprise. Surprise. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. How are you, Zeus? I miss you! Okay, this is where I said I was gonna stop, but I think I can do another bandana. Yeah, so it's not necessarily a challenge run or anything, but this is hardcore Warcraft. This is, the character is the fan base name of Kyla Kowalskia, the greatest single VTuber in the entire world. And that is a fact, and if you dispute that fact, you are wrong and bad and dumb and bad. So he is a Pemâloe, and he's out in this world, and that's basically it. That's the concept. I just made a Warcraft character named Pemâloe. It's an excuse for me to play Warcraft. Final today, relaxing for now, and then another one on Wednesday. Rip. I didn't know you guys were still going. I finished last week. I passed all my classes, thankfully, and I then broke my foot again. It's not technically broken, but it is like not even sprained. What's the word? Stressed is the word. It's on the verge of breaking. It's like you know when you like bend a twig and you hear it like crackle before it snaps. That's where we are right now. We're in the crackling. And so I had to put in my 2 weeks notice, and now I'm just kind of having fun. Fun to have actual RP. I don't know if this is considered RP. He's not a real... Like, Pemâloe is a penguin. A Pemâloe is a little penguin thing. Yeah, no, it's okay. My foot will be fine. In fact, I should be laying down, but I love Warcraft. I don't want to stop. What we're gonna do, because we're almost done for the day, we're going to finish up these 2 quests that I'm doing down here. Or rather, this 1 quest that I'm doing down here. Turn in the quest to guard Thomas, and then I'm going to hearth back to Goldshire. And then back in Goldshire, I'm going to train dual wield from my rogue trainer, run into Stormwind, train swords, take the deep run tram, train maces, and then grab the flight path there and log out. And then I will hearth back later tonight or tomorrow. And then before my next stream. I don't, like, this is going to be a series. I don't know how far I'm going to get without dying. I don't know how long I'm going to do this series. And I don't know if I'm even going to, like, want to do it again. But I wanted to play as a guy named Pemâloe. And that's because, like, 98% of my viewer base are Pemâloe. So I am honoring the Pemâloe. Oh, Redland and Goods up here. Gonna beat the raids. It would be fun to raid in hardcore at the end of this series, but number one, hardcore, while it's not diminishing, or like, I guess dwindling is the better word. While it's not dwindling as much as other versions, just by the nature that it is essentially World of Warcraft roguelike. And I was saying this earlier, it acts like World of Warcraft roguelike with meta progression if you count the fact that you can get gold from other characters and send them to your own character, right? So you can have like an auction house tune and send them back and forth to each other if you really want to. And that's how I prefer the game. But we're actively not doing that here. So this is just like roguelike. Haha, get it because I'm a rogue. This is just roguelike World of Warcraft. Pure and simple. I can sell on the auction house. I can't buy on the auction house. Is the rule. But I don't like these red linen shirts. I don't like shirts in this game. I think they clash with most gear that you get. Most chest gear. What was I saying? Excuse me. Oh yeah, so because of the nature that it's roguelike, it's not dwindling as much as like you would think, but it is still dwindling for sure. And I don't think I'm going to ever hit 60 and then like hit a point where I can raid with people that are like also picking up. So for the people that were following along with the lore, I'm now being recruited by the SI7, essentially. Or rather, I'm talking to her and I see that she has a badge, and the badge is something mysterious. Oh, it's nothing, fish. Nothing you could handle anyhow. By the looks of you, I'd say Matthias is likely to mistake you for the cheese delivery boy instead of a proper rogue. So Matthias is the leader of the SI7 intelligence agency of Stormwind, though. However, she does want me to deliver a package to Matthias, whatever, and he'll give me a task or two. These level 10 quests, aside from, like, Mage, I think, they all unlock something for your class. I forgot what it was here, but it's not dual wield. I forgot to train dual wield. Please, 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 please. Oh, baby. We got it. Let's get sprint, too. Oh, my goodness. Whoa, boy, look at all these skills. Okay. Oh, we feel so strong now. We must feel so strong. Slice and dice. Sap. Evasion. Sprint. Oh, baby, we have sprint. I didn't know sprint was so early in the leveling process. I haven't been here in so long. But yeah, it'd be cool to do raids, but I don't think I can find a 40-man raid group by the time I finish this series, unless, like, for some reason they did something to, like, revitalize this, this particular game mode. I'm already going to Stormwind, might as well. What does this guy want? Ah! Yes, 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 yes. So I've just gotten one of the breadcrumb quests to Loch Modan, and we will eventually go there someday. Oh. I think someday we're going to do this. Okay, so I said I'm, like, not following any guides, but I do know that the Rested XP guide has you go, like, once you finish the Eastvale logging camp, you run into Redridge, and you take this flight path, and then you hearth, and I don't really want to do that. But it does become a lot more useful later when we're going into Westfall, but we might as well just do it the intended way. I just don't want to do that, because if I die, like, I die. And Redridge is level, like, 15 minimum. We're trying to avoid that. We will go into here. I will pick up my rogue quest because it does need to be done. I will train swords and maces. I will list auctions. And then we will go to Ironforge. So once I pick up that quest, we will go to Ironforge. After Ironforge, we will be done. Well, we'll buy weapons, so we're actually dual wielding. Then we'll be done. After we're done, and the stream ends, I will cook. If I still have time on my Hearthstone, I will log out. And if I don't have time on my Hearthstone, I will hearth. Yeah, okay. That's the plan. It's a bit long of a plan, but it is a plan nonetheless. Let's go train weapons. Oh! I do talents! I forgot I have talent points. Shoot. What do I want? Honestly, I kind of want, like... I have to think about it. Let's learn one-handed swords from Wu Ping. I love that name. Because he gives you a whooping. Ha ha! It's like Lee Sin. Because he listens. Ha ha! Because he can't see. Because he's blind. Ha ha. Post that. Post those. Post those. Huh. I need to update my TSMDB, obviously. Okay. Auctions are listed. Oh, you know what? I'll stay in Ironforge because I do know that there's a couple things that we can do to, like, turn in Elmore's task. How do we want to do this? Also, I missed my bridge. I think we try our best to stick around here. I think we try our best to stick around here. But, like, I know for a fact that a lot of these Westfall quests are, like, really hard. So... does it make sense to just do what I know is more optimal and go to Dunmuru? Oh, yeah. They don't have the docks yet. It cuts off there and there's, like, a mountain. They don't have the Panda Park. They don't have anything. Yeah, this is what Stormwind used to be. This is how it used to be. I recommend... hold on. You found me... I forgot that Renzik has been in the game since forever. Defias Doc... oh, no. Okay. He does give the Blade of Cunning. Does the Rogue Quest at 10 not unlock anything? I thought it unlocked poisons, frankly. I guess probably it doesn't. And Pemâloe, should you be discovered, SI7 will disavow all knowledge of your existence. That's funny. That's cute. Okay. I do need to get hammers because I am a Pemâloe. Okay, so current plan. Train hammers. Buy hammers. Hearthstone back after I do all my stuff. Probably before the Hearthstone end the stream, because I kind of doubt that this is going to last another 52 minutes. So before Hearthstone ends, we finish the stream. Later, on my laptop, when I'm laying back in bed, as I probably should be right now, I will refresh or redo the Hearthstone so that I'm back at Goldshire off stream. And then when we get back on stream, we will make the decisions then what we want to do. After, of course, we do Princess and the shipping schedule. We can do Westbrook Garrison. We can do the Knolls and Hogger. It'll be a fun time. Start the breadcrumb into Westfall. I do think that once we pick up, like, this flight path, we just fly to Stormwind, fly to Ironforge, do all those quests, and then, like, start Lochmadon. But yeah, because this one wants to take me to Lochmadon anyway. But we'll do that later. We'll do that next time. And then what else? What else is there around here? I don't think... I mean, I know that there's an Aberdeen... I don't actually know if there's an Aberdeen breadcrumb, but I do know that there's an Aberdeen quest someday. Is this worth it? I don't think... So here we are. This is the tram. This is the train. This takes you to and from Ironforge. I don't know if this token of armor is, like, worth it. Yeah, it takes you out to Eastvale, and then you just, like, get a single piece of crappy armor, and then you're done. But I have to go back for Princess anyway, so I guess we keep it. Okay. I'm checking out on stuff that I haven't seen in a while. Okay. I don't know why I was starting to alt tab. At least missing... Yeah. Sorry, I thought that was a new message. But yeah, it is missing the docks. It's... They added a lot. Remember, like, the park was destroyed, and then they, like, they turned it into, like, a cliffside fountain or whatever. The memorial for Varian, I guess. But yeah, Stormwind, even though it's a port city in, like, all of the lore, and even technically now it's a port city, they don't ever give you access to the port. In fact, another recommendation for YouTube is Mad Season Show. It's all one word, Mad Season Show. And he has a couple series on, like, Warcraft's development history, where he talks about, like, the alpha and beta builds that people have recently leaked. And you can, like, see where they, like, tried to implement player housing originally, and then they thought they were going to instance it, and there's, like, a random instance portal that you can access in a random part of Stormwind. In fact, it's not a random part. I know exactly where it is. It's right here. Right here. This area right here. It's supposed to lead to, like, housing, but they never added it, and then obviously they changed how housing worked. Or had a different way that housing worked. But, okay, so we're here. We're gonna go train weapons in the dwarf house. It's very convenient that the dwarves have doors that are taller than even every human door in real life. Which is interesting, considering they are dwarves. That is a perspective thing. I saw a video on it years ago. That means I'm an expert. No. There's... Wait, hold on. Weapon merchant. Brother, do you not have... Where's the mace guy? Where can I just buy maces? Oh, right here. Alright, here we go. 17 silver! This game hates me, this game hates me, this game hates me, this game hates me, this game hates me. I could have done it if I didn't learn... Okay, you know what I can do? Okay. I do want people to see my weapon upgrade. I think I could cook on these hot coals, so let's do that. Nope. Okay, that sucks. I know I can cook at this dwarven brazier. So let's go cook there. Yep. So we're going to cook a little bit and vendor and see where we're at. And then we can make bandages and vendor and see where we're at. I don't think we'll get there today, but it would be cool if we do. But yeah, Mad Season Show. He's got a couple on, like, the history of Warcraft. Also, like, the meta history of Warcraft. And I mean, like, real-life guilds and stuff. And, like, their history and what they did. He's been around for a while. In fact, I think he was one of the reasons that vanilla, or, like, classic Warcraft was even made. Because he was making content on vanilla Warcraft back when the only access that you had to it was Nostalrius. Like back in Legion when they shut down Nostalrius. I don't know if that was in Legion or BFA actually when they shut it down, but back in Legion he was making videos about Classic. I do need 2 more bags as well. We're almost there, guys. Real Pemâloe, raise your hand. We are so close. We are only a few minutes maybe away from finally getting that hammer that makes us a true Pemâloe. And if it doesn't work, then I cry. I cry tears. Ow. I need to put my foot up, but I there's no way that I can put my foot up. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, I don't think this is nearly enough. I need 17 and I have this much. That sucks, man. That's... Oh, I'm sad. I'm sad. Okay. Current plan now. Because we can't end the stream without a hammer. I know that there's a level 5 version that's cheaper. And I can get that back at Goldshire. We don't want that. So what I can do is... Alright, we're doing more quests, guys. We're not done yet. What I need to do, before anything... I thought we would be done, but we're not done. I cannot allow myself to be done yet. So we're going to run up here. We're going to purchase from the Blade Merchant... requires level 3. 2 of these. I'm gonna equip one. Have the other just to be safe. And then I'm gonna go do Vergosh, I think. I think we do Vergosh. I think we do all the breadcrumbs. I know I get another dagger over here. Okay. We're gonna be a bit. Here we are. Completely different area. We are now in Dunmora. And I'm gonna jump off a cliff. Oh, I could have jumped off closer in that direction. Oh well. Some of the best music in the game is from here. Ow! Yeah, I could have jumped off over here, but that's okay. We're fine. Zeus, if you're still here, you gotta see what stupidity I'm about to do. This is the craziest stuff that's ever been done by anybody ever. This is like Omega speedrun strats. I'm doing this in the like worst possible way. And I mean worst possible way for like immersion. This is the opposite of immersion. This is I am breaking immersion intentionally to be like obnoxious. So I'm sorry if anybody here really wanted to be to like do some of the dwarf quests over here and like have that make sense, but whatever. We're just doing this. No lore required. So first things first, there's Vagash. I'm going to go around him with stealth, like this. I'm going to go slightly down the hill here. Usually he's in the cave, so this is a little tricky. We're fine. I'm going to cue him. Hold on. Yep. Throw a knife. Pick up the quest. Okay. Do this. Throw a knife. Okay, well, these guys just made it free, but I was going to do the trick. Well, that's kind of cringe. There's a trick that you can do to, like, never die to that, but whatever. Whatever. They don't care. Okay, weaponsmith. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the one-handed version, right? I could just do that, but I know for a fact I get more. Let's pick up one. Let's pick up one. Now we can dual wield. We did it, guys. We have accomplished dual wielding in this game. We have accomplished the goal that we set out to for this stream. Stream over, question mark. I will... I know there's a dagger up here. I want to get that dagger. So we'll do that first. And then we'll be done after that. I promise. But that is a really good upgrade. We finally have damage, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to show off this really cool technique where you throw a dagger, you jump over the fence, you throw a dagger, you jump over the fence, and then you just, like, they keep, like, trying to run around the fence to get you, and you just keep throwing a dagger and jumping over and keep throwing the dagger and jumping over. And they never reach you because they're, like, the way that the pathing works is that they can't go over the fence, they can only go around, so they have to keep walking back around. And it's really funny and cool and epic and wonderful and epic and cool and wonderful and funny. We did it! We hit a rabbit! What's our, we need to add, skill ups. Okay. Now, technically speaking, I could go do the Trog quests here. That's what the recommended guide says, but I don't want to do the Trog quests here. I hate the Trog quests. If you don't have, Flaming Sword, then the Trog quests are stupid and boring and dumb. And I don't want to be stupid and boring and dumb. So I am going to just run this way. As fast as my little penguin legs can carry me. We are going to do the Bear in the Mountain quest, because it's literally on the way to where I want to be. I say the Bear in the Mountain. I think what it is like the Lost Pilot or something. Did I literally hover over it and, like, find the exact name for it? I never put a talent point in. I was going to read those. Let's do that. Critical Strike. Well, I don't like Eviscerate. Like, so, because Vanilla Warcraft was a role-playing game first and a, like, balanced game last, and there's a lot of stuff in between, they had, like, a lot of randomly, like, tanky stats being added to random talent trees. Like, this is increase your dodge chance. And then later on down the line, it's like increase your parry chance and reduces the cooldown of evasion. Like, this is the tank rogue talent tree. But I think more importantly, I just want to increase my dodge chance anyway because I don't want to die. So we're going to put 2 points in here and then the rest in dodge. And then we'll go from there. This increases chance to hit. This increases parry chance. Yeah, see, like, parry chance into riposte. Now, parry is kind of unique because it is only for melee attackers. And so if I'm being attacked by ranged attackers of any kind, I can't parry them. It is the Lost Pilot. I was right. My friend and fellow siege engine pilot, Maury the Hilldelve. It's Maury, guys. It's Maury Calliope. Oh my heckin' goodness. Maury Calliope is lost. We were looking for a rare ore that's needed for high-grade blast powder. During our search, Dad, okay, drove his engine up a steep hill and busted it. But he charged me to guard our engines while he continued on foot. It's been days. It's been days. Just so we're aware, it's been days since he's seen this person. Let's see how long it takes me to find them. Yeah, the sense of scale in this world is like, it feels big. Yeah, dude, it's Mori Calliope. That's who this is. The sense of scale in this world, like, it feels big, but it's really tiny. This whole world is like the size of Manhattan. A dwarven corpse? Who could that be? Here is the corpse of a dwarf, mauled, frozen, and picked clean by mountain scavengers. Clutched in its hand is a book containing the roughly scribbled notes of Mori Hilldelve. Hold on, I need to kill this thing. I don't know why I'm moving around so crazily, but... Okay, Mori Calliope's dead, guys. I'm sorry. This is Mori Calliope origin story. This is how she became the Shinigami. My tank is broken. Blah, 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 blah. If this was a cringe, like, 2004 Let's Play, I would title this episode Mori Calliope origin story, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark. But it's not a cringe Let's Play from 2004. We did it. We killed Mange Claw. Now we can skin him and turn in his Mangy Claw, and then we can get a dagger, and then basically the stream's over. Except not really, because I do want to... I do want to turn in this quest, pick up those quests, and not do them. Run down here, pick up those quests, and not do them. Maybe we don't pick them up. Maybe we pick up these, because they're annoying and out of the way. Do we know we're going to come back here? I guess if we don't know, we should not pick them up. Let's at least turn it in so we can get the money for it. Okay. I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly how I'm doing it. Wait. I didn't even realize this was an option. Oh, baby. We even got our Pemâloe hammer. Wait, we did it. We got our actual Pemâloe hammer. We accomplished what was said to be unaccomplishable. Look at us. Look at us go. Look at him. He's got the Pemâloe. It even looks like it. It even has the stripes on it. I did it. I got the Pemâloe hammer. It's over. It's done. GG. Stream's over. GG. Okay, bye, guys. Bye, guys. No. I said I was going to do one more thing. I'm going to do that thing. And that is get the funds required. And go back to purchase the other better hammer than this cudgel that's available at the Mace Smith in Ironforge. And then from there, we'll be done. So we're almost done, guys. We're almost done. Okay, so again, I'm trying not to be disingenuous here. I do know the Rested XP, like, guide by heart up to this point. And I know for a fact that it wants me to pick up these quests, or technically it wanted me to go do the Trog quests in Southern Dunmorrow. And then after that, we pick up, or, you know, do the bear that we just did, and then we do pick up these quests. We pick them up, we go down here, we pick those up, and then we go back up here and kill the kobolds in this mine. Because you know how they are, just kobolds in every mine. However, number one, I'm a little under-leveled, and I don't know exactly how. I think it's partially because I haven't done my class quest yet, and partially because I didn't do the turn-ins. I'm just selling that. Turn-ins in Westfall. But that's the other thing. I feel like it's disingenuous as well not to do Hogger. So we are going to end up doing Hogger, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not... Excuse me. I'm not doing that quest. I will do this quest. because it's a lot of XP and gold, because it's an orange quest. It's higher level than me. If we do come back here, I will happily do all of these quests as intended, when intended, but for right now anyway, I think the best course of action is run down to here, get this flight path. We're not going to get the quest or anything, but get this flight path. Fly back to Ironforge, run up to the mace trainer, or the weapon master, purchase a mace. Should probably sell the silver leaf so we can make enough money to do this. Because we don't actually have enough money to do this. We are broke. Because it was, what, 17 something? It was 17 and some change. I think there's a mace crafter in Stormwind, so I could just, like, go back to Stormwind, even. Maybe we do that. Maybe we just go back to Stormwind. Because what's in Stormwind? Stormquake's Order. That's a good complete. I even know where it is. And it's probably better to take the train. Let's go to the Ironforge map. It is... oh, I shouldn't have gone down here. Let's say it's not better to take the train. Let's just fly to Stormwind. Oh, I never learned the Ironforge flight path. Okay, we're running back to Ironforge. Yippee! We're gonna be here, big guys. We are going to be here for a bit. Let's check on chat. Let's check on this. Let's check on this. Oh no, I'm in combat with a stone splinter trog. Oh wait, he's actually kind of scary. Guys, just one more thing. Guys, just one more thing. Guys, just one more thing. Ugh. I do this so much. There's something about Warcraft that makes me just never want to finish playing. I will sit back, I'll check my phone, I will basically AFK run all the way to Ironforge. It is a little, excuse me, it is a little awkward that that dagger is just objectively better because it gives agility and this gives stamina, but whatever. We did it for the bit. We are Pemâloe after all. We need hammers. Like, that's how we work. That's how we function. That's how we survive. I think, like, conceptually speaking, a Pemâloe as a rogue makes a lot of sense because Pemâloe are known to be really good at scattering, really good at running away. We're also good at hiding because we're never like seen. We are invisible. We hide. But we also learned from the greatest how to stalk. So we are also great stalkers. So I think that makes Pemâloe rogues. I do kind of wish I had more people in chat when I was making the character. But it's like, it's so hard. It is so hard to, like, advertise that you're about to stream on Twitter. Because as soon as you put stream, as soon as you put link, as soon as you put, like, a link on your post, anything like that, like, it nukes it in the algorithm and you never see it. It's never seen. I know people, this is going to sound a little weird. I know people that, like every single one of my posts who miss the stream links because the stream links are invisible. Because they see all of my posts and they hit like on all of my posts, but they don't hit it on the stream links because Twitter, like, hates small content creators. And now I'm not a small content creator, so I'm not, like, actually angry about it, but I'm a little upset because I would personally kind of like to have a little more reach in advertising this stream, because it would have been cool to have a few Pemâloe hang out and say, oh, I think he would be better as a gnome. Oh, I think he would be better as a tauren. And then we can, like, analyze and discuss and go from there. But I think it was, like, just me and maybe Shadow in chat at the time. So I just made a human rogue. We're just a human rogue for that reason and only that reason. One thing I will say, though, about streaming is that it really helps me to not die. It helps me to, like, try not to decease myself. Oh, you know why I don't think there's much of a dwarf plot? Because the Frostmane trolls gets completely solved within the zone. You just kill Frostmane trolls and then you're done. You go to their various hovels and then you're done. But they have a dark iron presence in the valley, and it's supposed to be like this. Oh, what are they doing in Dunmorrow? Why are the dark irons making? What kind of moves are the dark irons making on us? But you kind of skip it all the time because it's isolated to down here. This random little corner. And then you, like, never go back. Excuse me. But then you get an actual Dark Iron plot where they're trying to blow up the dam. Because, fun fact, we kind of missed it. I didn't get to show it. But there is a massive dam over here in Lochmadon. It's keeping the lock intact, for what it's worth. But the Dark Irons are trying to blow up the dam for whatever reason, we don't know. And then after you stop them, you find out that their plans continue up in the wetlands, and they have an encampment up here. And I said an encampment. They've taken over a dwarven settlement up here. Like a Bronzebeardian dwarven settlement up here. And then after this quest line, you cross this bridge. There's this massive bridge that crosses over, like, this huge cliff, and then they have a small encampment down here, and then that's, like, the last of the Dark Iron plotline in the Eastern Kingdoms, I think, until Badlands. But I guess that makes sense, actually, because, what is it? This is 2030, this is, like, 30-35-ish, and then Badlands, I think, is, like, 35-40? So I guess, like, until Badlands is a totally fair assessment. I do think what's funny, okay, this is vanilla Warcraft game design at its finest, when they tried to make the world feel like a world as opposed to, like, convenient. The Alliance has no questing hub in here. The Horde has Kargath. Kargath's over here. It's pretty cool. The Alliance has absolutely no questing hub in this entire zone. They go back and forth from Felsamar again. So Thelsamar is the questing hub for both Loch Modan, and after you're done with Loch Modan, and you've gone all the way else around the world, you come back to Loch Modan, and you get quests going from here into the Badlands. They might have, like, an encampment or whatever, but, like, look, they don't have a flight path in there. The Alliance does not have a flight... They have a Griffin Master down here in Blasted Lands. No, not Blasted Lands. Burning Steppes. They have this one in Searing Gorge. They do not have one in Badlands. Badlands has absolutely no Alliance, like, flight path presence, and I think that that's hilarious. I think that the Horde being there also makes a lot of sense, and I guess, like, that technically means it's almost only a Horde zone. Just randomly an almost only Horde zone that's connected to Loch Modan, but I don't know. I wouldn't say that personally. But it's like the reverse for Blasted Lands, although it's not nearly as bad. The Alliance has a stronghold in the Blasted Lands, and in fact they have a mailbox, and I think maybe an inn? I'm not sure about the inn. But they have like a quest hub here, and you can do quests in the Blasted Lands from here. But, like, the Horde doesn't. The Horde has to go from here in Stonard and Swamp of Sorrows. So, but it's a little easier because it's like Stonard is right on the edge, whereas Thelsamar is like a bit of a hike. Like, look, it's a bit of a hike from here all the way through this pass right here into Blasted Lands. But again, like, that wasn't their purpose. They weren't trying to make the game convenient or, like, easy. They were trying to make the game immersive. Like, they're not going to go set up a camp so that you have a questing hub because it's a new zone, you need a questing hub. No, they're going to set up a camp because it makes sense in the lore, and if it doesn't make sense in the lore, they ain't setting up a camp. And a lot of questing hubs don't even have flight paths. And you kind of get that, like, even here, for example, there's a questing hub down here where you get, I say hub, you get like 2 or 3 like quests in a chain that go through here, and that's like it. It's the same thing with up here. There's like 1 or 2 quests that start and end up here, and same thing with here. But like across, and even down here, like, they don't care about convenience, and that's like what I love about it in so many ways. Okay, hold on. We've made it back to town. I'm just going to the first vendor I can see. We're going to sell these. And these, why not? We have enough, so I'm just going to go do it. I'm going to go this way. We're going to buy that hammer, guys. And once we have bought that hammer, the stream's over. Once the hammer is purchased. Also, big, massive lava pit. And a great forge in the center of the city with a massive anvil sitting in the center of the city, which wink wink nudge nudge is kind of important for a lot of reasons to the dwarves. And you get a big ol' like deja vu when you remember, oh, there's that massive anvil in the middle of Ironforge, and then you go and do Blackrock Depths, and you go into Shadowforge City, and you see they also have a massive anvil in the middle of their city, and oh, maybe these bad guys weren't so different after all. Excuse me. I don't know. I love Warcraft.
What can I get for you?
Guys, we did it. Guys, we did it. No pomp, no circumstance. We did it. We have now a a hammer and a mace. We've done it. Pemâloe, the Pemâloe. He has his hammer. We're gonna screenshot his hammer. Cool. We have screenshotted his hammer. I'm going to keep that in my screenshot thing for a bit until after I put up these auctions, because there is an auction house over here. It's the same one, or it's connected to the same one, so it's all one auction house. And once that is done, ladies and gentlemen, we will be done. It only took us an extra 40 minutes from when I said I would be done last time. When did I type /played? Or did that just, like, happen? Wait, I'm so confused how this showed up. This thing down here. Anyway, we did it! Yay! Alright, so. Objective for next time I do this kind of a stream, which might not be for a week and might not be ever. We will hearth back to Goldshire. From Goldshire, we will run over here and turn in this quest. Run over here and do this quest. Run over here and do this quest. Run over here and turn in Princess. Run over here and turn in... No. Run over here and turn in Rogue Quest for the dagger. We will be replacing one of the things with the dagger. Sorry, it just has to happen. It's a better weapon. After we get the dagger, we will run down here. We will do the Null Quest, and we will do Hogger. Once we have done Null Quest and Hogger and turned those in, we will go into Westfall. We will probably, honestly, frankly, quite dubious... I don't know words. We will do some of these quests. And then we will see where we go from there. How's that sound? How's that look? We like it? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go to bed. I am exhausted. I might have lied. I might go watch a movie. I've been watching a lot of 80s movies because I shouldn't be on my foot. I shouldn't even be sitting like this. But I am. So here we are. Ladies and gentlemen. Bye.